Oh, they've already positioned it.
Somebody did his homework. So I've been given a whole paper on some of the issues. May I know your name, sir?
Yeah, my name is Thomas Jefferson from Hansen.
Thomas Jefferson from
Hansen Global.
Hansen Global. Wow. The best defense for federal government contractors. So he's giving me here a white paper on a number of issues. It explores why compliance is critical, leveraging PIV credentials, and how PIV enables non-federal organizations to achieve security. We'll try and scan this and make it available. But talking about multi-factor authentication and stuff, okay? Thank you, sir. Is there, would you want to give us a little summary about some of the things that it,
Yeah, maybe sometime later.
sometime today? Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm Edward Danswanson with KNUST, the cybersecurity expert. The latest that some investigations that we're also doing has to do with the latest emails that you receive that Yahoo says that it is closing down your account for exhausting so much of size or megabytes of space and all that. Please, all these things are fake. They are XSS, that's a cross-site scripting, tools that are used to exploit your browser. So, and most of the things that we usually do is we always want to keep our passwords in our browser. Anytime you say save password, remember passwords, and so on and so forth, all these things are usually kept in the browser unencrypted. So each time you are told that this is coming from your whole customer service, blah, 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 click on this link and then else your account is going to close and all that. It's just a way of stealing credit card information and other private content from browsers. So that is also one thing that we also want to make it clear. Thank you.
People they connect to the drop, so we're not able.
All right, let me switch mics. I hope you can still hear me. Awesome. Now, I hope we don't have, Yahoo's not one of our sponsors. Yeah, just checking before I see something that is going to get me in trouble here. I think the whole statement he made was actually pretty good, but I would have stopped at Yahoo. Just Yahoo. And the reason why I say I would have stopped at Yahoo is I think I'm getting to a point where, well, in this part of the world, it seems like Yahoo in its excess is actually a threat. But most of the problems that I come across in my area seem to come from Yahoo accounts. No pun intended. But it's interesting how those who are finding ways around our breach, or finding ways to breach our systems, are carefully trying to emulate everyday lifestyles or everyday messages that you get. So the typical message you can get from a bank, the typical message you can get from your support team, they basically just look at it, picture it, emulate it, and then send it to you to fool you into thinking that it's authentic. Which has now put a strain on us because now instead of just looking at messages and just clicking, we don't have that comfort anymore. Now we have to scrutinize. Now we have to be careful. And so the everyday user has to be somewhat much more aware. Unfortunately, your systems are more connected. And so you don't have the luxury of being the only expert in the office. But somebody somewhere is going to open up that door or that Pandora's box. And so we should be thinking about who the weakest links are in our organization, and we should expand our areas when we think of security. So just something to think about. Is there anybody else who wants to volunteer some information concerning, yes, sir.
I'm Osman. Okay,
Osman from where?
from Tenant.
Okay.
Okay, last week I got a report about 3 million Android phones who are vulnerable to money and middle attack.
Sorry, say that again, please.
About 3 million Android phones who are vulnerable to money and middle attack.
Man in the middle attack, okay.
Yeah. Okay, what happened was that some of these phones are low cost Android phones that are produced in China. They come with a root kit pre-installed in the devices. Mostly devices like Blue and then Infinix. They are more vulnerable to it. That allows like remote access to the devices with root privilege. So you won't know what is going on behind the scenes, but it's sending your details and all information to the Chinese companies. So maybe you can check on that too.
Did you say Infinix?
Yeah, Infinix.
You mean the darling phone of the new generation, which costs like
Yeah.
400 or 500 cities that we all want to have, because
Oh,
that's
just one
too
long
much,
one.
but allows us to be on the network all the time. You're talking about that Infinix?
Yeah, that is including Blue.
Blue. Wow.
Yeah.
This almost sounds like a strategy by the big brothers who charge a lot to get us out of the affordable markets. And these are rooted. Now, for those of you who don't know what a man-in-the-middle attack is, it's basically a system or a node or computer or device intercepting information that is meant to go to somebody else and pretending that it's a destination device so that it can either sniff or collect information that you're actually sending out. So, snooping and getting your sensitive data. Now, in the past, when you were compromised, yes, you had to deal with yourself and your reputation. But now we have should I call it big brother or big sister? Data Protection Commission. We have the backing of the law. So now, when you lose information, you don't just deal with your reputation, and they're going to come after you. Especially if you're dealing with citizens' private data. So we need to be extra careful with that. Any other suggestions from the audience? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm raising current issue on cyber attack on critical infrastructure systems. These are electricity, power grid, heating, transportation systems. That's a current hit. And now attackers have realized that if they hit that one, they affect everybody. Most of our industrial systems nowadays depend on technology. Grid code can be a single software bug that can bring the whole nation down. Last month, American Airlines were down for nearly 5 hours. This was a software. And then only yesterday, Finland, their whole heating system, the city heating system, was shut down by DDoS. So now that we are heading towards technology in every aspect of our life, especially our critical infrastructures, the target is on our critical infrastructures. Most of these things are advanced persistent threats by sometimes state-sponsored. So we need to be watchful. For those who are in that category managing our critical infrastructure systems, they hit it, they hit everybody. I'm trying to work with you from Gemba.
Wow, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Interesting. So and this is hypothetical, by the way, if anybody's recording. Hypothetical. So what if every time that we scream, doom shot, maybe it's not really doom shot. I mean, it's still doom shot, maybe. And we don't even know. That would be scary, wouldn't it? We need to start thinking about this phrase, Internet of Things. How many of you are aware of this concept, Internet of Things? I'm sure most of you are. Okay. Now, as we're moving in and start beginning to enjoy the luxuries and the convenience of the Internet of Things, we need to be thinking about what my brother just said. Infrastructure. I saw an interesting article last time on Facebook, and we actually had a very long debate about it. And what it was is somebody had a driver's, is anybody from GVLA here? Okay. Somebody had a car, and on his number plate, instead of his number, he actually had a code, like an SQL injection code. And so the idea behind it was when the camera captures the plate, for example, if he's over speeding, and it translates that information into text and it's about to store it into the database, that code would activate within the database, inject, and then cause damage to the database. And so we're debating, and these are a number of different IT experts debating on the possibility, if it's real, how do you get around something like that, how do we prevent it, and we're all trying to come up with different solutions and trying to figure out if it's actually something that could happen. But it was interesting. It made me start thinking about how many things we actually and how many possibilities are out there. Just something to think about as we think about Internet of Things, as we think about the world as it's moving forward. There's also the new buzzword, which seems to be increasingly showing up in our space, ransomware. I'm sure everybody has heard about it by now. Beautiful. If it actually occurs to you, how do you react to it? Do we have the cash to pay up? Or are we going to say, you know what? Do what you will. Things to think about as we're about to engage on this, in this cybersecurity week. But I'd like to hear some more suggestions. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'm just putting from Ecrime Group, and I just wanted to quickly mention that, aside all the trends, one thing we take for granted is password or credential breaches of our media sites. For example, Yahoo got breached and our accounts are out there. Now, the idea we usually think is, of course, I don't really do anything with my Yahoo account, so it doesn't matter if they have my password. But what we usually forget is that we tie these accounts to other critical points. So we have your Yahoo account signed, you use the same credentials for your Amazon details. And what these criminals do is they take all these downs, these password and credential downs, and then they test it against popular services. So they test it against Amazon, they test it against also whichever site has critical, and they reach it, and if you have a credit card, they shop for the also may handle it. So basically that's one angle of this password breach I wanted to cover.
Actually, thank you, brother, for that. Actually, believe it or not, the most minute information that you may think is insignificant. Anybody who's done any data mining understands the power of data. And so if any account that you use at all for anything is compromised, it's bad enough. I mean, you'll be amazed what people can even do from your garbage, so just imagine that. But since we've all established that this is going to be a very important engagement, please, those at the back, I need you to come up front so that we can make sure that we're engaging closely with you. So if you don't mind, those at the back, if you can just come forward. We want a lot more of you up here. Please. I'll explain to you why a lot of times when you go to forums, they ask you to come to the front. Let me explain from a public speaker's point of view, and then I'll also explain from an audience point of view. Human beings are social creatures. And so when we're close together, we share energies. And so the energies from the speakers who are excited coming to share information, when the first person in the first row gets that energy, they pass it on to the next person, to the next person. So you find out that the whole room is in unison. But when you're spread apart, you miss out on that energy, which is, all part of the experience. So it's important that we huddle up in front whenever we go for programs so we can get the full experience. Thank you very much. The people in the back, please. This is not back in high school days when you wanted to hide from the teacher. No scary guys here. I want to find out if anybody has thought of a scenario yet. What is the worst that can happen? I think I've given you at least 10, 15 or 20 minutes. I've been talking for a while here. So by now, I'm sure somebody has thought about some really bad scenarios, some really possible. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Yes.
Since wireless is now
Since
wireless.
okay.
It's now moving, okay? Thank you, Caesar Mike. Thank you.
Keylogin has come into place. Keylogin is really making a lot of serious changes in the environment now is in our country. Therefore, I think there will be a way to do something to prevent this. It will be really helpful.
To prevent what? Key login or wireless?
Yeah.
Which one?
Just like devices like phones, our phones and all that.
Thank you for that. So for those of you who may not know what key login is, basically it's the art of having a software or some sort of device or some sort of listening tool to allow them to record your keystrokes. As you're putting in your password, as you're putting in different devices, as you're putting in different types of information, they are logging it. Now, a lot of times the wireless devices or wireless connections are less secure than the hard wired connections, and so it's easier for people to breach them. There's actually a lot of free tools and software that allow you to hack wireless networks so that you get free access to the internet. And so while you're there busily putting in your passwords, typing to your girlfriend, sharing company secrets, somebody's just sitting in your backyard, relaxing, reading it, and trying to make the 5 o'clock news more interesting. Just email, okay? Somebody has received an email to share, real life. Breaking news. Donald Trump arrested. Please, if police officers arresting Donald Trump on your computer screen, do not click to read the news. The virus someone has developed it to infect computers. Please send it to all your contact lists. Have you noticed how all of these WhatsApp that are used to send spam and used to send viruses are sensational news? And that should tell us about us as a people. We enjoy, we can't help ourselves. We see something sensational, we have to click it, we have to watch it, we have to, even if it doesn't make sense, even if it's unlikely. And maybe that's where the real security threat is. Somebody was cracking a joke once talking about how in other countries when there's a threat, people will be trying to deduce what is going on, let's figure out what could be wrong. Okay, so we're about to begin. Alright, so I've changed mics again. Welcome once again. Thank you very much for your patience. We are in the program. But first and foremost, I'd like to start with a word of prayer. So, Mr. Akumia, if you don't mind helping us with a word of prayer before we start. Thank you.
Let's pray. Almighty God, we want to thank you for your mercies that has made it possible for us to gather here today. We have gathered here so we can talk about securing our cyberspace. We pray that you will guide us through this meeting so that in the end we'll have a common focus to tackling our cybersecurity issues. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, so I'll quickly like to introduce those on the high table before we start this program. I'll start first with our Deputy Minister for Communications, the Deputy Minister Felix Owusu-Kwakye. I'll also like to introduce the Ambassador from US to Ghana, Mr. Robert P. Jackson. I'd like to introduce our very own Professor Lee Kweno, Chairman of NITA, and I'd also like to introduce the Director General for the National Communication Authority. Now, before I call on Professor Kweno to kick us off with setting the cyber agenda, I'd like to recognize those who made it possible for us to be here today, our sponsors. Our main sponsor is Microsoft. You can see with their banners around. I think we have some videos earlier on as well. Then we have the gold sponsors. That's the Cyber Week 2016 event sponsors, the gold sponsors. And that's GIFEC and the National Communications Authority. We also have the organizing partners, which is CERT-GH and NITA. Now, of course, NITA is the bandwidth sponsor. Most of the VFPs are used to using NITA's lovely network. And other sponsors we have here, E-Crime Bureau, GITSA, which is Ghana Internet Reskilling Association, ISACA, Initiative, and Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications. So please recognize these great sponsors that make this program what it is today. Now I'd like to kick off or start by inviting our father when it comes to the cyber world in Ghana, Professor Lee Kweno, to set the cyber agenda for us. So please, a round of applause.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to see a few words when the program is happening. I will share the following agenda. Honorable Minister of Communication, this will be represented by Deputy Minister of Communication, His Excellency, the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana, Jackson, Director General of the National Communication Authority, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow internals in case you are training and some of you are out there. Well, I'd like to first welcome you to the Cyber Week, and I'll try and set the cyber agenda by telling a story. At least that's what the organizers asked me to try. Now, we thank you all for giving the internet and technology this high level of attention, especially as we seek to preserve and protect the benefits of the internet. The internet arrived in Ghana about 23 years ago, and we have great hopes, and still do, that the internet will level the playing field for all and will endure unlimited access. It was a real liberation movement in a technical world where we had no capacity challenges. Yet, Ghana was one of the first African countries to have connectivity. The masterly handling of the reform of the telecommunications sector by His Excellency John Dramani, then Honorable Minister of Communication, enabled the internet to take hold by creating a competitive internet market with 3 Ghanaian private companies at the post-reform era. There were also tensions created by the introduction of the internet. The old order versus the new, the central distributed approach, government-led versus private sector-led, and other complex business interests and power struggles. In spite of all that, a global grand coalition emerged, and we are successful with the internet here. It is open and having positive impact. The internet came with a way of working together because we all have a piece our own network within the bigger network. And this has to be more collaborative and be bottom up and public use a public approach to standards, operations, and governance. That is a multi-stakeholder approach with different communities playing different roles in addressing issues and adopting broad consensus for decisions. The Internet community appreciates the successful transition of stewardship of the island functions from the U.S. government to the global multi-stakeholder community, the country said. That was the Internet freedom. People sacrificed for it, and we should take care of it. We even lost Ghana's pioneer ISP in the process. And thanks to the care and attention of the Ministry of Communication, we have the internet good as we have today. Now, I have some bad news for you. We are beginning to bring our bad ways in society to the internet space. And criminal elements are increasingly more active on the internet. And that is undermining the internet's advantage with threats to development and interference with livelihood. We have to do justice and ensure the cyberspace is safe place to be. Our values of human rights, freedoms, openness, and privacy are important enough for us to want to work together towards safety and norms governing the use of internet. The freedom that one internet brings surpasses fragmented internet, and this ought to be preserved for the yet unconnected millions. Hence, it is not only the usual interested parties, stakeholders, government policy of law enforcement, judiciary, private sector, civil society, academic and technical communities who are to intensify their engagement. We must also appeal to the moral fabric of Ghanaian society and deepen our resolve for a safer cyberspace. This effort will necessarily appeal to parents, religious leaders, teachers, traditional authorities, chiefs, and the larger community to become more engaged, to care about how we behave in cyberspace. With this in mind, the organizing committee presents a cybersecurity week of activities and engagements on the issue with stakeholders in workshops and conferences, creating awareness and building preparedness to respond to issues. Today we have sessions on cybercrime, cybersecurity, digital identity, and rights. We desire to build a strong cyber workforce and community in Ghana that is able to work with counterparts globally. We promote another grand coalition, a grand collaboration to bring justice to cyberspace, bearing in mind the transnational nature of internet services and the need for due process in interoperable security. The cyber agenda is appropriately imposed freedom and justice in cyberspace for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Quayman. Next, we'd like to get marks from my very own big brother for the interview of the NCA. Please, with a round of applause.
Good morning, all of you. You're welcome to the National Cybersecurity. Mr. Nikweno, Mr. Robert Jackson, Mr. Kelly, you're all welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing partners of this meeting, Cybersecurity, I wish to thank you all for coming to this conference, which is the first activity of the week. Cybersecurity today is at the top of the list of priorities for many although many are unaware, there are several attacks being launched from their cell phones and personal computers because of the lack of culture of cybersecurity. The country could be perceived as being a fertile ground for launch of some attacks, whereas awareness of the menace and putting in place remedial measures will wipe away this perception. Ladies and gentlemen, cybersecurity requires global collaboration. That is why the very advanced countries in cybersecurity are reaching out to countries with less developed cybersecurity infrastructure to provide technical assistance to build capacity. In February this year, Ghana signed the Security Governance Initiative with the Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Focal Area to bring capacity to Ghana in this area, as well as maritime and border security. We are grateful, very grateful for the support, and I wish to send our sincere thanks to the government and people of the U.S. through Ambassador Jackson, who has taken this time off his busy schedule to be with us at this event. This year, we also received a delegation from the Council of Europe to support Ghana assent to the Budapest Convention. Ghana is signing up to the class capacity building program for cybercrime and cybersecurity to help assent to the convention. We are grateful to the Council of Europe for giving us an offer to assent to the Budapest Convention. On the national level, there is the absolute need for us to work closely as a country to improve our cybersecurity. We need a public-private partnership moving forward. Government as a facilitator has established a computer agency responsible to set the stage to coordinate incident handling. CERT will require support of all network operators to ensure that the interventions required are done to secure our cyberspace. It's on this note that I wish to commend the organizers for this Cyber Week, which is an example of public and private commitments towards securing our cyberspace. The National Communications Authority remains committed to support any initiatives in support of securing our cyberspace. The theme of the week, unifying our efforts to secure our cyberspace, speaks for itself. The focus of today's conference is for all stakeholders to have an in-depth awareness of the different cyber initiatives so we can put our efforts together to secure our cyberspace. I will implore all participants to actively participate in the conference so that the outcomes can become a guiding document for our collective efforts to secure our cyberspace. Once again, welcome and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You've been getting 23 years of history, but I expected a better round of applause. For our next guest, who needs not much introduction because he's already been mentioned twice, the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana, Mr. Robert Jackson, please, with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Director General, Ambassador, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the Ministry of Communications for inviting me to speak in this inaugural National Cybersecurity Week celebration. I'm happy to see representatives of business community, non-governmental organizations, and government here together. I also want to offer special thanks to Ken Adu-Amanko of the National Communications Authority and Eric Cumia of the National Information Technology Agency. Within our Bilateral Security Governance Initiative, or SGI, which we did indeed sign in February, they are the Ghanaian co-leads for the cybersecurity and cybercrime focus area. And through SGI, we are strengthening our bilateral cooperation in cybersecurity and cybercrime. We're pleased to support Ghana's Cybersecurity Awareness Week as part of this collaboration. So why is cybersecurity important to Ghana, and how extensive is the threat of cybercrime? Ghana's vibrant and dynamic information and communications technology community is driving This is premised on the purpose and principles of the Charter of the United Nations and respectively in approving the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We have embraced the use of technology not only as a new platform to deliver programs and services, but as an enabler to make these services available, integrated and accessible to citizens through various delivery channels. Today, our lives and other daily routine activities are increasingly conducted online, and our generation is reaping the benefits associated with this kind of development. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana has made good strides in the connectedness of its computers and other mobile devices. This tremendous growth is as a result of massive investment in infrastructure development and the favorable legal and regulatory environment. As a country, we have experienced exponential growth in mobile penetration, mobile broadband connectivity, and the availability of international broadband capacity as a result of high submarine cables standard on shores of China. As of September 2016, Ghana recorded a total voice penetration of 133.3% and mobile broadband penetration of 68.9% per the NCA telecom statistics. The ITV Broadband Commission has on 2 occasions, first in 2014 and then in 2015, ranked Ghana first in Africa for mobile broadband penetration, 49th and 51st positions in the global ranking respectively. We are also seeing massive fiber infrastructure and wireless network rollouts for mobile network operators that continue to improve the quality of service around the country. The Ghana Chamber of Telecoms reports that mobile money transfers have grown by over 420%,
over the last 5 years, discovering 35 billion currencies or $9 billion in transactions. Funds are rolled out expensive e-government solutions to improve customer experience and satisfaction. Government has indeed rolled out an extensive e-government infrastructure and a nationwide LTE fraud. Recently, the commissioning and operationalized an 808-kilometer Eastern Corridor fiber optic transmission network connecting both for laying economies. The 645 capacity national data center has also been constructed and operationalized in Accra to provide secure data storage facilities for both the public and private sectors. With the right infrastructure in Ghana, we are on the path to achieving our digital agenda, and the recent commissioning of the Accra Digital Center and Excellency Investment will promote research and development and also boost business process outsourcing and create high-paying jobs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will all bear with you that all these form parts of the critical national infrastructure and we depend on them for efficient public sector. We are, however, confronted with attacks in the cyberspace, threatening critical national infrastructure, and this is the part of global government as an global investments. Cybercrime is borderless in nature and poses real challenges to all countries, including developers. The transnational nature of cybercrime requires the concerted efforts of all users of the cyberspace to address it. It has become really dangerous for any country to adopt an attitude as the repercussions of such approach has far-reaching negative consequences on various national economies. In our situation, therefore, and for a promising developing country like Ghana, it is imperative that we take the necessary precautions to secure the national cyberspace against new cyber threats orchestrated for opportunistic financial and political intents. At this moment, as we approach the crucial national elections, the call for vigilance and circumspection cannot be any more evident. Social media has really made a call for responsibility even more evident. The International Telecommunications Union implements a number of programs and initiatives to help countries implement appropriate measures aimed at protecting the cyberspace. The ITU's recent Global Cybersecurity Index and Cyber Awareness Profile placed Ghana 19 with an index of 0.294, giving an indication of where Ghana stands globally in terms of the preparedness and resistance towards securing its national. Ghana has been able to reach this status due to several cyber security initiatives that have been implemented through the collaborative efforts of international partners who have shown great enthusiasm in assisting Ghana to secure its territorial services. To ensure successful prosecution of cross-border IT crimes, it is beneficial to be part of a global arrangement that will strengthen the national capacity and policy. Let me announce that Cabinet in the past week granted approval for Ghana's accession to the Budapest Convention on Cyber, which pursues as a matter of priority a common criminal policy aimed at protecting countries against cybercrime by adopting appropriate legislation and fostering international cooperation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in view of the urgency of carrying a cyber menace, the ministry through collaboration with IT established the National Computer Emergency Response Team, or CERT-DH for short, to coordinate incident handling and sharing cyber intelligence with all network operators in the country. Cabinet has also approved for implementation the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy to further empower CERT-DH to continue the fight against cybercrime. This also includes the adoption of Ghana's framework for child online protection and the appointment of a cybersecurity advisor. The National Cybersecurity Center, envisaged in the policy and strategy, will become the central point of coordination and enforcement of standards as we continue to fight against this. I would like to take the opportunity to entreat the private sector to work with the government to educate the public and share cyber intelligence for the collective good of the country. The emphasis of this conference is to bring to the fore some media initiatives currently being undertaken in both the public and private sectors that will equip the country to address cyber attacks. Cyberspace is real, and so are the risks that come with it. Very technologies that empower us to create and to build also empower criminals to disrupt and destroy. It is only working together that can ensure that we make meaningful progress and fight crime. Let me use this opportunity to compliment government at this stage for the assistance received from the international community in cybersecurity and collaboration. Let me also remind all of us to maintain peace even as we draw closer to the elections on January 7, 2016. I salute the organizers of this initiative and I invite you all to solidify the relationship. Collectively, we can protect our cyberspace to benefit from the massive rollout of international investments that government has made. Promote education, health delivery, business development, environmental monitoring, good governance, and
Thank you very much, sir. So as you said, it's important for us to maintain vigilance and also ensure peace in these trying times. Ladies and gentlemen, I just got a very troubling, urgent message right now, and looks like some people have been compromised. But I think I'll call Professor Quinn to come and give us a little bit of information on that. I'm a little worried. Please, Professor Quinn.
Hey, the data is everywhere. So, for you to get a feeling for it, there's a secret working group that's going to appear here who are going to listen and they will come and tell us exactly who has been
Regulating from your end.
So,
Where they
I will
regulating from?
come tell you exactly who has been affected. I happen to know some who have been touched. I'm interested in preserving their privacy. So, a secret group will tell us who they might be, but we have information. I hope you understand. If I must go protect your safety as well as your privacy.
Thank you so much. One of the engineers again has put censorship on what we are going to present. I think it's fair to allow whoever set up the system to explain what he did and the kind of information that he has. So, Philip, you did that, and we have to explain it. What did you do? And what did you do? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. My name is Philip Cybersecurity Analyst from Group. When we came here this morning, I was trying to look for a free network to connect. And I believe I want, so I decided to create one myself. So I created a network with the name Cybersecurity with Wi-Fi. I know by this time people have started disconnecting their device from that. So I created that and I let it open. And I knew that people will be scanning for wireless network whilst they are here. And when we go, I have about 15 people connected to the network. Yes. So since I have people hooked up to the network, I decided to see what they are doing on their device. So I started estimating the network for user credentials and activities. So as you can see, all the users connected to the network are here. Okay, and the website that we were visiting are all here. So if I start scrolling, here you see all the websites that the users are visiting combined together. So let me just show you some of the users.
manual. The manual must be connected to the system. I have several Android devices connected also to the system. And I noticed that a lot of people were really used once we are doing, while all the presentation was going, a lot of people were on that way. So, let me just show you some credentials that I got there. I'm just trying to project the screen is so wide. Okay, so as you can see, here are some credentials of marks. Okay, if you know those of you are cybersecurity experts, you have a section hierarchy. These are some of the sections of the website that you have successfully authenticated here. So in this section here, we can use this information and log onto your account. Thank you very much.
See, there's a moral to this, and a number of points. Remember, we try to something manage both our safety, okay, as well as our privacy. So it's important that you have code of conduct before you go to that Wi-Fi. You don't know what a guy is doing. You don't know what he's committed to. Okay? Of course, he lied to you. He pretended that it has been set up for you. But it was not announced here that it has been set up for you. Because if normally in that case, I will tell you that this is the place to go, these are the credentials you have to put in, and so on. So, you know, this is just one of those exposure things that you need to be aware of, that we are doing a very serious balancing act. Even in their presentation, we insisted that sensitive things about your credentials should not be presented, which means that law enforcement is not going to be just arbitrary ad hoc. It's also very, very concerned about your safety, and you also should be concerned about your safety. You might also think that things about the internet are anonymous. It is not true. It is not true. In fact, the internet logs more than everybody else. The problem is that we have a lot of information. Okay? So it's a needle in a haystack kind of situation. But if I have other collaborating information, it's very easy to zoom in and know. So don't think that it's free for all and transfer misbehavior and nobody will know. People know. Okay, people know. It's a question of, are you on the radar or you are not on the radar? You're on the radar with other evidence, other information. It can be now close enough to property that you own. And so you need to pay attention to that. The objective was not to make those who were affected uncomfortable. That was not the intent. It was only to share with us that there are some dangers in the space. And there are things that we can do about them. And we have people here who are equally familiar who can assist us in doing that. So with that, I say thank you very much.
And that person that was on the site watching those videos. We'll go ahead and go and take some group photographs in front of the building. So please, starting from the high table, if we can gather in front of the building, when we come out of the building, right where the, well, it's not an office. Right in front of the building, right in front of the conference center. We'll take a couple of photo shoots there. Thank you.
This one is the charge. Let's do it on this. Are they going?
By the exercise involves vulnerabilities, roles and responsibilities, legal authorities, private sector cooperation, public messaging, political fallout, military retaliation, defensive capabilities. The goal of the exercise is to put these issues on the table for discussion and perhaps resolution before there's a real.
It's finished running.
Focusing on the crime side to see what are the things ongoing that we might do. And we have a number of speakers here. Time is a bit not on my side, so I'm going to rush you a little bit. I'm going to give each of them a chance to say a few statements. But I really want you to be engaged in the conversation with them, which is what I intend to not do. So without taking time, I would like to invite Ken to start. Who are speaking?
That one if you look left one. Wait. Now the focus be okay.
Security governance initiative. So I'm just basically just going to forward. Just want to know some of the initiatives that are ongoing right now with respect to cybersecurity and cybercrime. Just going to run through a little background of the SGI, the end goal, why we're doing it, the current state, and some specific objectives that have been implement to meet our end goal and next steps of 3, 4. Actually, has take care of cybersecurity and cybercrime. Whether it's not pockets of it also, there was a need to, consolidate all these different laws and all that. So going through in terms of the cybersecurity, we realized that we already had a draft national cybersecurity strategy in place. This has been tabled for cabinet, and we realized that it has not been approved yet. So it was one of the key areas that this SGI was going to push to make sure that it is passed, it is approved by cabinet, so that we could immediately start implementation. Because if you have a strategy and you are not implementing it, then you can't say that you are moving forward. So there was a need to quickly make sure that we have. It was also identified during assessment that we already have a national set in place, and there was a need to, it's in place, but it's not operating at a full capacity. We get alerts and we pass the alerts on to the relevant institutions, and when it comes to assisting them to resolve, we realized that the capacity wasn't there. So this was an area that was identified as the SGI has to help the government of Ghana build capacity in terms of human capacity and in terms of infrastructure as well. I have only 10 minutes, so I'm just going to run through real quick. In the area of cybercrime, we realized that as I mentioned earlier, there are a couple of legislations in place. We have the Electronic Transaction Act, the Electronic Communication Act, the Economic, the YOGO Act, and the Data Protection Act. All these different acts has some clauses in there that take care of either cybercrime. But we realize that they are displaced, and there was a need to make sure that we put all these things, we harmonize all these different laws into a single legal framework that actually helps us or helps the security agencies fight cybercrime. So that's one of the areas that we're looking at too. We also realized that it was important for Ghana to sign up with the Budapest Convention. Later on the day, my colleague Eric is going to walk you through the Budapest Convention. So I wouldn't waste too much time on it. So it was important. The Budapest Convention is basically set up by the Council of Europe. And this is basically to enable all countries harmonize their legal frameworks and inform collaboration, so that if there is an attack in Ghana, we can easily, and the attack is coming from UK, we can contact the UK, and the UK can support us in actually investigating and then arresting whoever the problem may be. So I wouldn't speak too much of it because Eric is going to talk about it. In the area of awareness, it was identified that there was little awareness, and the simulation exercise that was done this morning clearly indicates that there is a lack of awareness. I wouldn't say there is total lack. I would say there is little awareness when it comes to cybercrime, when it comes to cybersecurity. That is why you see an open Wi-Fi and you just log on to it. You don't know what is going to happen. You don't know whether you are going to. You don't know who has set it up and what kind of information the person is actually intruding from your phone or your system. So there was a need to have an awareness creation, and this is the first phase of awareness creation that is being done to build their capacity. Because if the police identifies an issue and they want to prosecute, you go and the judge sitting there has no idea of cybersecurity. They don't even have, a court that purposely addresses this. So there was a need to, look at all these different areas and build capacity in this area. At the end of this whole assessment, we came up with specific objectives that we need to, embark on to make sure that specific objectives that will help us achieve our end goal. And the first was to implement the national draft cybersecurity policy and strategy by using a multi-stakeholder approach. We talk about multi-stakeholder approach. We are talking about all of us, talking about the public, we're talking about the private, academia, the NGOs, and everybody on board. So when the time is up and we are calling you, please do well to participate. Now the first thing that has been done now, first we need to get it approved. I'm sure once we start implementing
thank you very much for sharing what this particular relationship we have with the US and building various improvements into our ecosystem. The next discussion will be introduced by both of them, by Kunya has stepped into Judah. I believe the focus subject is international cooperation, Ghana's ascension to Budapest Convention, the Council of Europe, the Classic Plus Project. We have 10 minutes.
Convention, the GLIC project, and the way forward. Okay, so what is Budapest Convention? Is essentially a cyber crime or a convention on cyber crime, okay? Harmonizing all the different stakeholders across the globe so that efficiently, they can prosecute and put the necessary remedial actions in place so that we can have a safe cyberspace established by the Council of Europe. It's actually the first kind of treaty that seeks to harmonize and bring all national laws so that we can have a good global operating system or operating platform. And the objective is to improve investigative techniques and also increase cooperation among nations. And this was established in 2001, 23rd November 2001. Now, this is the approach that the Council of Europe uses. So one, we have a common standards. So Budapest IPR offenses. So these are all under criminalizing content. Then conduct, sorry. Then we have procedural tools, which includes expedited preservation, procedures for preserving data, etc., etc., search and seizure and intercession of computer data. And then we also have the international cooperation where for extraditions, etc. So for instance, if a cyber criminal commits an offense here, but going forward, Ghana has been invited to submit the instrument. You have to be invited before you can submit. It's not like you just walk around and say, I want to. So based on assessment that were made, Ghana has been invited. Country assessment have been made and recommendations made to the Council of Europe. A national steering committee has been set up. And of course, Ghana is to access the GLIC project.
Using Bitcoin. The guys are using cryptocurrency to rent hacking tools from wherever they are permanently based. And they are using them. But another dimension is the fact that they are also producing this foundations program locally. What do they do after gaining access? You see connection database, to play around it, and once again, they're interested in money. So they will appreciate the balance that movies are by getting to experience. You raise a cost issue. I wouldn't be able to keep data for 6 months, 30 months. So you probably do that for a week maximum. But that's the deal. When you have to go into investigation, you need those that credentials sometimes. A culture of proactiveness when it comes to cybersecurity. And we haven't seen the industry drive up this challenge to be able to address it. So it's key. We cannot, African is always a special interest. The guys are also in their business. And they're not playing. I said they are part of the ecosystem. That is their business. They need money. Of course, the law enforcement are also out there. But our responsibility is rather to make sure that they don't get us. And by so doing, we need to stay right. So even awareness, the idea of the knowledge gap is key. I think we need to. What constitutes a fission link? What do you have to assess when you are in a building like this, as we demonstrated earlier? These are some of the questions that can be addressed through training awareness programs. Businesses will have to do that. But a human component of this whole cyber discussion is
speed. And we need to really bring the road back to the president. I didn't talk. This is what I presented. Thank you.
The guns are here, tells us. And since we also not taking care of ourselves, we are not even practicing what we know we should. I mean, the best kind of practice are reading a lot of that. I know Mark was checking all of that. That's for me. Okay, so we need to do something to improve our own cyber hygiene. So thank you very much. I think I'm going to ask Derek to go in for a few minutes because I want to give you a chance to also ask questions. So I'll take a few questions, okay, and then I'll ask the presenters to respond.
One of the challenges you mentioned we have as a nation is lack of tools. And sincerely, cybersecurity, the issue is tools. The talking, the awareness, education is wonderful. But we all know that nowhere in the world and no one is security proof. Even America, with all the sorts of current challenges with cybersecurity is the fact that everybody, gone with the days we all go to internet cafe to go and browse internet. So you can easily track who is doing what, where is he doing it from. At the moment, we are all doing it from our phone. The challenge here in Ghana is that we all have...
Please conclude question.
So my question is, how are you involving Ghana Standard Board in terms of checking fake devices?
I'm trying to understand really where the threat lies because, like you talked about tools, we're building tools day in and day out to enhance the service. And if it's with regards to data on SIM cards, the NCS asks for a cleanup, and they're expecting to work in Q1 to clean or basically delete numbers that we cannot identify persons using those. So I'd like you to maybe explain further what you mean by the threat because we need to ensure that people believe in the service so we can help grow the space. Thank you.
Last question, maybe.
Thank you very much. My question is also on the mobile money because the community now is used to mobile money as a service. And we don't know the kind of training that has gone on before we are all.
With a point in terms of fake devices, I think that is the domain where I believe Ghana Standards Authority should be taken up. Yes, the issue of mobile money, well, very clear. Everybody, I think Dr. will comment on that. We have done some work with the FIDC, the money laundering connection, and what is happening is mobile money platforms are being used as channels to also perpetrate this kind of fraud. It is more of being aware and putting the necessary safeguards in place. And there was one particular example when a player within the sector was involved.
But then, if we really want to fight it, then we should have tools. We have the tools, but as I said, okay, let me just give you a list of it. Tools that possibly I have. That is what I am using. But ideally, we should have one for the police service. We shouldn't use, because I know of it and I use them, we shouldn't use tools, my tools. It should be from the police service. That is what I mean. So that doesn't mean that we are not working. With the mobile money issue, I wish I don't make certain pronouncements here. But let me just go from simple registration alone. You can have names like Kofi 1234 appearing on SIM registration. This is obviously somebody can tell by this name right from the onset it's fake. But it's in there. Now, criminals are using it. They don't go to the banks because they realize that the banks are not safe. So mobile money is safe. I am looking at it from a security angle and not from marketing. Maybe he may be looking at, I have money, I need to give you money, I transfer it. Is it safe? Sure, it's safe. But security-wise, we can ask our man from the chambers whether if you go register with a card that is fake, one, it's not validated because they don't have any means of validation. Two, even if they are able to tell, they only write some serial codes on the card. So ideally, this card should be scanned. And put down so that in case there is any fraud being perpetrated using mobile money, we should be able to track who did it. No validation, we don't have the scanned pictures because they are complaining of data. And that is, there are so many issues that I want to talk about, even with remote access. But that will go against them, so I don't want to talk about that one. I'll meet him one-on-one and then we talk as friends. Hopefully he can go advise his people. The truth is that if I want to talk about that one here, it's public and people will use it against them. So let me hold on for now. I think I've answered almost all of us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Let me start with the question on the lack of tools for the CIA. You rightly said that there is a need to form partnership collaboration, which is good. And if you listen to my presentation, that is why we have the SGI. The SGI, the partnership with the US government, we also have the classes and the partnership with the Council of Europe, other partnership. Basically, all these partnerships is to build capacity. The SGI is to build capacity, not only human capacity, but also infrastructure. So the partnership is already ongoing, and I'm sure once we get to the end of it, we'll see a change, significant change. The mobile money, mobile money, let's talk about a SIM card which is being, and it's true. I mean, the SIM card, improper registration of SIM card causes a problem. Fortunately, the NCA has new equipment, we have engagement, we are engaging the operators to do proper SIM card registration, and which finance are going to come. So I'm sure at the point in time, we might be asked to re-register your SIM if it's not properly registered. And this is a way that it's going to solve. This one I don't have the authority to mention, but certainly yeah. So mobile money basically has to be regulated. The question is who regulates it? Is it the NCA or the Ministry of the Bank of Ghana? So that is where the discussion is ongoing. Who regulates it? Is it Bank of Ghana because it's a financial kind of operation, or the operator, the NCA because we are using the telecom infrastructure? So there has to be a balance, and until that is done, we will still, that we start mentioning about. The last is about the identification of the equipment. NCA is working. We have standards. We have developed standards. We have what we call type approval. If you go on our website, you see we have a whole-blown equipment that does type approval before you can bring equipment into it. And we work with the Ghana standard board to define all the standards. But you see, identify this equipment in our current state goes beyond just having equipment to identify the type approval. Border security is an issue. If all the equipment are coming through the port, then yes, customs will never allow any equipment to be collected unless NCA, you have a certification that says that NCA has approved. And even when we give you the authorization, we type approval and we give you the authorization to import the equipment, once it gets to the port, we also have to be invited to come there and check whether the equipment are done. But the question is, we have a lot of borders that come and a lot of illegal entrance into this country. So people import illegal means and before they see the China equipment in the market. So and I'm sure the LGI initiative, which is not only focusing on cybercrime and cybersecurity, but also focusing on maritime security and border security, will also help to address this kind of issue. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Gustav was talking about standards. I think that the recently approved National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy as a pillar that talks about adoption of global standards. So I think that minimum standards will be fulfilled in that document. I'll be doing an overview presentation in the next session, and hopefully enlighten the participants of that. Thank you. Start ask for permission.
Yes, one thing that, with reference to the mobile money, one other issue is money laundering. And then we have anti-money laundering laws. And currently, people are moving huge sums of money. If he is able to tell us how much they have on their networks, then that will even tell us how much. That is why even the banks are complaining. But the truth is that, are we monitoring how monies are being moved? Who is moving what? Because if the criminal has access to mobile money, he gets the money, moves it into a genuine business, and then it becomes clean. Finished. And this is a real issue. They may say they are monitoring it. How are they monitoring it? These are all things that we need to talk about. But as I said, I'll meet in one-on-one. And then we talk
Okay, I'm a stickler for time, but I really want to have more discussion on this, and I keep complaining when you do your next agenda, please allow a lot more time so that we can engage the community and discuss on anyway, the last presentation will be by a sponsor and Derek Apria. So please take like 5 minutes if you can. Okay.
Right, good afternoon, I think. It's just about afternoon. My name is Derek Abia. I'm the country manager for Microsoft Ghana. So, after all the people what I'm going to talk to you about is based some positives. Basically, how can you protect yourself in a mobile first and a cloud first world? Because that's actually the world that we are. Microsoft has been in Ghana since about 2000. In about 2014, we set up the Microsoft Ghana operation. Anyway, so I'll just take a step back and talk about Microsoft, what our mission is. So our mission in Microsoft is to empower every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more. And that's really an aspiration that we aim to do. And we aim to do it in 3 ways. We've got 3 big ambitions. One is to make computing much more personal, so that as we interact with computers, we can interact with not the keyboard and the mouse, but with human gesture, touch, feel. That's the first ambition. The second ambition is to ensure that we reinvent productivity and business processes. That's to say, as much as possible, get your time to be much more effective, because the one thing that you can't change is that the amount of time you got. Is to make it very much productive. And the third ambition is that to build the intelligent cloud. And that is to take the constraints of location away from you, so that's why you can get computing power wherever you are, as much as you want, and pay just as much. So just like make the utility computing power utility. And so at the moment, if you build a house and you want electricity, you don't go and say, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a substation, I'm going to do this, you have to do that. What we're saying is actually a similar thing to computing. With the cloud, you consume, you pay for what you need, you get quickly, so you can get skill, you can get scope, and you get things very quickly. That's what we do. So, and this brings enormous advantage. So the idea is that we're at the cusp of what we call the 4th industrial revolution. If we can do that, harness computing power wherever we are, it brings enormous advantages. Let me give you one example. Imagine that the highway between Accra to Kumasi is now connected such that all the cars that go on there the human connection of driving is actually taken out of it, right? So it's actually a driverless car. Imagine the amount of accidents, the amount of people that we will save if that happens. Now, this is something that is a reality in the next 10 to 15 years, and it's the cloud that's going to happen. But the issue is we're not going to be able to do that if it's technology that you don't trust. So our commitment to trust, we've got 4 things. One, we are transparent. We tell you what data we take, and we tell you what we're going to do with it. Privacy, the data that you've got or you give us, that you use is your data. And this is why, for example, we have challenged, Microsoft has challenged the United States government several times to Supreme Court have won on privacy issues, because we believe that if people give us their data, it's their data, it's not anybody else's data. So they should tell us what we should do with it. This complies, so we comply with the European data laws, and we've got a whole compliance thing that we do. And then finally, it's actually security. So we spend about $1 billion a year working around security and making it really secure. Because the challenge is that attacks have actually changed. As people said, and I'm not going to get this, is between 2002 and 2004, it was killings, doing things for volume and impact. That's what it was. Since about 2004, it's been real cybercrime. It's actually about making money. And since 2012, and I'm sure you guys heard about whether or not the Russian state was involved in the US elections, it's actually about nation states, not no longer just about corruption. So, given that evolution that has taken place, the way you protect yourself from cybercrime is totally different. So we believe that what you should do is that there are 3 things that you should do. You should protect yourself, and this is all endpoints, from sensors to the data center feeds, the fake Chinese mobile phone, to everything. You should protect yourself in terms of that. You should be able to detect in terms of when somebody is there. In fact, one statistic, the average time between somebody gets into your network and you finding out is actually about 300 days. That's about a year. So the ability to detect is actually important, and the ability to respond, once you detect, what do you do? So that kind of 3 things. And Microsoft uniquely, we've got unique 3 unique approaches. So what makes us unique is that, one, we've got a platform that is comprehensive, that does all that. We've actually got intelligence, so we have probably the deepest signal as possible in terms of all the corporations that deal in this thing. We have 400 million Windows 10 devices that we see telemetry on every day. We authenticate about 30 billion IDs every single day. So we have to see these things happen, and we build this back into our products. And also what we do, we partner as well. We partner with our peers, we partner with industry associations, we partner with governments. And this is why we are very keen to actually sponsor this organization. So what I'm going to concentrate on the platform. One of my colleagues will tell you about the intelligence and the partnerships later. So what we believe in terms of unique approach is to say the old days where what you do as an organization, you build a big firewall around your organization is a kind of a bad approach. What you need to do is you need to be able to protect yourself from all aspects. First, you start off with the identity of the human being in terms of and that you need to protect. So things like multi-factor authentication, being able to say, even if you give your password and it's asking for something else. Then it's the device itself. You need to be able to authenticate the device. Then it's the apps and data, things like WhatsApp, what you use itself, as well as the infrastructure. And you need to do that all comprehensively. You can't just do one and not the other. So, from a Microsoft perspective, what we've done is we've done exactly that, replicated that all across our platform. So we from advanced threat analytics, where we use machine learning to actually say, right, okay, you as a human being, you normally log on from Ghana, and suddenly we see that somebody has logged on from Singapore. Question is, what happens? And you log in from Singapore, and the next time you're in Hong Kong, physically you can't go to those two things in 2 seconds. So using things like machine learning and advanced threat detection, we can give you tools that allow you to actually do those sorts of things. In Windows, web passport is things like Microsoft passports, things where you can use biometrics to authenticate. In our cloud, which is Microsoft Azure, we've actually got Active Directory, which allows you to do that. Active Storage, then Office 365, we've got things like data loss protection, which allows you to make sure that your data doesn't go to other places. So all across the spectrum, we use that combined platform to actually give you the tools that meet your cybersecurity needs. So that's what I'll end. And just say, basically what we do is we ensure that you make your digital transformation with a comprehensive platform, unique intelligence, and broad partnerships. Thank you.
Okay, we've come to the conclusion of this session, and I'm sorry we could not give you enough time to review, but continue with I hope you even carry on to the next session. Here you've seen that the state of cybercrime is not really that good. We have to do something more. And you've seen the role of partnerships, both local and global. You've seen we are partnering among ourselves, and also partner with global international groups, including the US government for people who are free. We've seen the effort to improve the legal environment and also to improve the interoperability of the judicial systems so that we'll be able to put that as an example if we follow due process to gain access to the records of those who are causing problems with those activities. Beware, you have to move quickly and move together. There are new technologies coming out that will make things be more difficult. Okay? And I'm sure you'll be hearing about artificial intelligence, grabbing of people's internet devices to cause havoc. And of course, expect that blockchain is also coming. So it means that we have to go up. We can't just assume everything is fine. So I look forward to we working together to rapidly make the cyberspace more secure and safe for us to work. So with that, I say thank you very much. And we look forward to the next session.
Thank you very much. I'm sure all of us are aware that Professor Nikwe is actually a cybersecurity advisor. So that's a lot of a wealth of information there. So please try and get his card before he leaves here today. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for the Unfortunately, because of time constraints, we have to quickly move on to the next program. But I want you to think about this for a moment while we call in the next group. If the average before you detect somebody on your network or your infrastructure is 300 days, and you picture an intruder in your house, in your bedroom, for 300 days before you are aware that, anyway, just keep your mind thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, next we're going to do the cybersecurity session. And the moderator for this session is Ido Yahua, the cybersecurity consultant from GTUC. Okay, we're also going to have Erica Comia again from Ministry of Communications. And then Abu Aidan Amenya from J Initiative. Sitting in for Desmond Watson, Director of ME, Ministry of Communications. And then we also have Marcos Adome, Chief Operations Manager, Africa Search. Please help me welcome them. Stable, over to you.
Good afternoon. We found the second stage of our program, or maybe the third stage, I should say. And I want to once again thank God for coming. Without much I say, I just want to find out if Sakuma is ready to give us this presentation. Cybersecurity, as we all know, has become one of the things we come out on. As a consultant and a lecturer, I know how vulnerable we are in systems. There have been so many cybercrime issues. And from the panel that came earlier on, we heard how the frequency I'm going about explaining some of the vulnerabilities. And by the fact that we've left so many of our systems.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry to cut it. Actually, if you open up the program, you realize that I've actually left out a few key people and quickly call them to join me. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I just go ahead and call them so that you can then give your remark. So please help me welcome Spillaredu, who's an analyst from SET. Is he here? Spillaredu, okay. Round of applause, please. And then we also have Edward Danso Anson, research fellow from NUST. And then finally, C.K. Bruce, former President Isaka Ghana. And we have also Angela Nganga from Microsoft. So these are your panelists. Hope we have enough chairs.
Right. We've also wait for Eric to set up system. There were so many key points that were highlighted earlier on in our session. We heard how the head of CID went about explaining some of the vulnerabilities that exist in almost all the sectors. The fact that we don't have laws in place in Ghana, lack of collaboration. So many of the issues that came up, these are some of the things that we are working on, and I'm sure we'll get there. We have so many challenges out there. About 3 years ago, the head of financial fraud agency came up with the fact that there have been about 250 financial embezzlement of financial fraud cases that have not been prosecuted in the system. These are some of the things that we are currently experiencing in Ghana. We are working on all these areas, and I'm sure we'll get there in a reasonable time. We are building collaboration, we are doing a whole lot of things. We'll get there soon. All right. I would like to call on Eric Akumia to give us his presentation this afternoon. With a round of applause, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think we heard the announcement this morning that the cybersecurity policy and strategy has actually been approved by Cabinet, which means that we need to start beginning to think about how to move forward beyond. We are also grateful that the U.S. government have been waiting for us to approve so that they can assist us in terms of developing the frameworks
and other things so that we can move on quickly. So without wasting too much time, I'd like to walk us through a few things.
About 10 minutes.
Because of the lack of time, I'll just go through a few things. Essentially, what I want to do is to look at the main pillars and then some of the special initiatives and the way forward. So we already have some existing policies and of course, legislative instrument. I think in the last panel, the speaker from Police CID says we have adequate legal instruments to help us, to prosecute cyber criminals. However, we need to actually improve a few areas in these policies. So there is, I think, in Africa is one of the countries that already has legislation. We also, and that's in the Electronic Transaction Act, we also have a data protection, I think this has been said already. Now, in terms of the nature of problems that the policy seeks to address, we have person-specific, so we have the consumer user, we have the corporate user, then we have device-specific, we have different kind of devices, telephones, wireless devices, PAs, etc., different devices. Then we have specific network carriers, etc. So these are different focuses with different sets of problems that we need to look at holistically. In terms of the levels, we have the home user. Their security, securing their networks is different from, let's say, large enterprise in terms of securing corporate data and trade secrets, etc. Then we have the critical infrastructure, which is essentially the utilities and other things. You see the kind of identified critical infrastructure that the policy has identified in terms of what should be protected. Then we have national priorities, national security, and then of course the global, working with the global partners to secure the global cyberspace. So these are the areas that have been identified in the policy as the critical infrastructure areas. We have national defense and security. We have banking. We have energy. We have water. And these areas, of course, most of the infrastructure is not fully developed. So the information infrastructure on most of these critical national assets are still in the process. We're moving. We're starting e-health systems, we're doing e-power, we're doing everything. And so we need to start planning towards it so that when our infrastructure becomes fully developed, we are not caught wanting. Now, in terms of the policy proper, we have 9 pillars, effective governance, putting the necessary structures to make sure that we have a sustained, cybersecurity programs that will ensure that continuously we improve on cybersecurity and make sure that citizens are protected and the well-being in terms of trade and other things are fully protected. Then we have legislation. You know how quickly things are changing. We need to also have in place something that continuously review these policies as things change. And all these things have been included in the policy. Because of time, I'm not going to do details of that, but we can show you where copies are, and then you can look at the full policy as it stands. We have technology framework. That's where we have to adapt the standards, the technological standards, etc., that we need as a country to have so that we can actually work on, making sure that we are all on the same page. It's a national standard, and so everybody works with that standard so that we can talk to each other. And I don't know how it works with the harmonization and the Budapest and other things. So these are things that are going to be worked on. Research and development. I think we have lots of people here from academia, and we need to have a consistent
research program so that we build our capacity over a certain period and then be able to be self-sustaining after some time. We cannot always depend on people coming. The US is here to help us, but beyond that, we need to build our capacity to be able to continue doing that. We have compliance, we need to have enforcement. Once the standards are adapted, we need enforcement. And I think that the National Cybersecurity Center will be doing some enforcement. Then we also have Child Online. I'm happy to say the framework has been developed by the steering committee. I believe I will submit it for the director, PPND, for the ministry. We'll talk a little bit about that. We also have the emergency response unit. We started with the set. There's a whole program to have sectorial sets and also have a government set, etc., working together so that we can secure cyberspace. Then, of course, international cooperation, which is a very important one. We already are partnering with the US to make sure that this happens, Council of Europe, etc. Now, I will not talk about the specific implementation strategy, but there are some special initiatives. I think 4 or 5 of them. I'll just run over them quickly.
I'll be out 2 minutes.
Thank you. So there's supposed to be another policy and strategy, cybersecurity awareness program, a national program that should have a national portal for targeting to different stakeholders, the home user, the corporate, etc. So these are specifically targeted programs. The computer emergency response teams, we've already started. We have the GH set, which is a national set. And of course, we are working to do a number of things over the next few years, and also encouraging more sectorial sets to work with us, because our work is challenged because we don't have that response that we need to get from other sectors. So we want to encourage. So tomorrow and Wednesday we're having a CSET training workshop so that we can introduce one of the different sectors to how to handle incidences, and then the CSET, the CGH can be fulfilled. The third one is the National Cybersecurity Center, doing a number of things, including national coordination, outreach, compliance, risk assessment, support, and contributions in different aspects. Then we have the council that oversees the center, essentially within the national security environment, etc. And then, of course, a crisis management plan that will ensure that once we have this crisis, we have some kind of pre-defined approach in terms of resolving this crisis as they occur. Last but one slide, there is a kind of elaborate program to also make sure that we start from somewhere, identifying the issues and doing immediate remediations. Then in the medium term, we're looking at building the infrastructure, and then in the long term, developing self-reliance and international cooperation. So that's it. This started some years ago, but thankfully we have got the approval. And that is my presentation. So we are on the right track, and I hope that we'll be able to get everything in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The orgasmic moment for me was the fact that our debate mentioned on the fact that cybersecurity policy has been approved by Parliament. It's something that we by the cabinet, I'm sorry, and it is very, very important for us as a nation to have this in place. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you very much for the On this one, I'd like to call on Amelia, right, to give us a presentation in 10 minutes please, on the subject improving cybersecurity for our children. And I will say that I'm always one of the pioneers in that area.
My name is Awokaya Amamiya, not Aido. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation because I've been informed some minutes ago. So I'll just take you through what the steering committee has been doing so far. And I'm speaking to you in the capacity of a member of the steering committee, not a government representative, neither a consultant. Thank you. Right. The steering committee has been given a role or a task to perform for the country, which is to put in place a framework that will see to regulating activities of children and young people within the cyberspace. And this is focusing on coming up with a framework that will give children some level of, a percentage level of protection. In the framework, we're looking at 60%. But since the country-specific baseline is yet to be ready, we cannot be calling percentages now, so I'll leave it at that. So a number of children protected or have access to some form of protection by 2021. And the framework is also based on the 5 pillars of IT. As the global cybersecurity agenda, there is a component for child online protection, which is always called the COP initiative. So we're looking at the 5 pillars. The first one looks at the legislative framework. What that's ought to do is to test all our frameworks we have at country level to see if they are COP compliant. If they are not, can we seek to review them, or can we seek to bring out a new framework altogether to ensure that children and young people are protected online? And the second one has to do with the technical and procedural measures. That is to say that the ISPs and the industry in general has standards in place to ensure that children and young people are protected. So we'll be focusing on the standards that Dr. Gustav and Eric spoke about earlier. Then we also have a pillar focusing on organizational structures. And when we talk of organizational structures, we're looking at can we have something like, do we have a hotline system in place whereby when a child is abused online, parents will call or the child will call herself or himself to report the case? And do we have counseling systems in place for children to access counseling if they are abused online? Do we have helpline systems in place to help children in terms of danger online? So that is what the organizational structures sought to achieve. And one of the things is also the steering committee, which is in place. So it's something which has been started. Then we come to capacity building. Capacity building is looking at all the stakeholders within the cyberspace. How well informed are they about child online protection? And can they be able to identify a child who is actually being abused online or not? Those are the things we're talking about in terms of capacity building. And my presentation next will focus on that, so I will move more in. Then the Almighty International Corporation. The Deputy Minister who spoke earlier made reference to the fact that the internet does not have borders. Therefore, there's a need for us to liaise with other people in ensuring that we are protecting our children locally. So how do we do that? Liaising with SGI and all those other stakeholders will be key in getting that achieved. So that is also a pillar focusing on that. So how can we factor in child online protection in terms of that? So basically, this is what the framework sought to achieve. We want to ensure that there's a place that children will report cases and all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Awa. She's one of the ladies that I see very passionate when it comes to child online protection. And I'm going to thank you once again for giving us this brief presentation. I'd like to move on and call upon Marcus Adam. All right, from he's the Chief Operations Manager, Africa State. Or with the hand of course, let us welcome. Give us a brief presentation. Marcus will be talking to us about the philosophy of cybersecurity handling. And I'd like us to. What is your about 5 minutes here? Time is not understand. You read it.
Thank you. This morning, when Albert and Co did the hacking party, well, some of you were scared and I saw some progress and they didn't believe what was going on. We did something similar in Guinea last month. They have the National Cybersecurity Week, together with IT, we did a presentation. At the end of the presentation, what we did was we invited police, national security, the loss of Egyptian dam, increase all the stakeholders, on law enforcement agencies in Guinea. Judges, all the people are there. So what we did was we had the mobile phone. So we took full control of the phone. So at the end of our presentations, where this happened, they stole 80 million from banks and so on. Good. So then, from our laptop, we vibrated our earphones. So who spoon vibrated? Okay, we did again. So all of them, they felt the vibration. So now, we took control of the phone. Then we opened one of the guy's phone. The lock is there. So who called this person at this time? So he raised his hand. So, okay, if you don't mind, you can go ahead. Start opening pictures, videos, text message, WhatsApp messages. So, but we didn't receive the authorization to do that. Because before we did it, they gave us a written authorization. So the reality is we are all vulnerable. Let's assume that the crime is committed from outside the country. How are you going to handle that incident? Well, just complicated. There's something we call SETS. Their job is to provide preventive and reactive solutions when there's an incident. But SETS, they don't work in isolation. They must work as a team. All over the world. If you are SETS working on your own, I'm afraid you cannot operate. So based on that, at Africa SETS, we study the way things work, and we came up with the philosophy of complex incident handling, or we also call it the philosophy of 5C, C-bar over T. What is it? Before we get there, I use mathematical presentation to go with the 5C, C-bar over T. But the reality is, your safety depends on mine, and mine depends on yours. But before we get solve an incident or handle an incident, you need information. So to share information, what do you need? The first pillar is the coordination. You must be able to handle incidents at your local level. Coordinate locally. Second, cooperation. If you are alone in your corner, allow me to use the word, you are a village champion. You must cooperate, talk to others, and collaborate. That's the third one, with others, to implement things we sort of do together. In this world, there is no set that can do all. You are very good at this, but when you need assistance, there's nothing like shame. You call somebody from other sets. This is the challenge you are facing. Can you help us? Well, we can help you. Then they will come. And generally, it's free. If I'm sharing my information with you, let's say you're a bank, and you are faced with this challenge, and you are hacked, and I've given you my information. The following day, if I see my information in the press that XYZ was hacked and they lost some amount of money because I gave you my information, you put it there. Nobody is set for me to question that any of the things. So confidentiality is another important variable or pillars of safety. Now, we are working together. That's it. of being the best in the sector community. I'm good at this. I can do this. I can do all. So there is nothing like competition. I can do this. So I can do all. So if I have an issue, I can call my friends or as I said, come and help us. So based on that, the team they're talking about is the trust. If I don't trust you, I can share my information. If I don't trust you, I can share my information. I can share. If I don't trust you, there's no way I'll share my information. So these are globally so, if Africa says, there are continents, something together, can put it ourselves, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus. This is very comprehensive. If we don't take anything, we'll let us remember the 5 key things you mentioned in terms of coordination, cooperation, collaboration, complementary, and confidentiality. Very critical in ensuring cybersecurity. Thank you very much for the feedback. I'd like also to take this opportunity to invite Lukman Mama, Senior Analyst, Segment, please. On behalf of the process, this one is going to talk about PPP in relation to securing our cyberspace.
Thank you. I'm not good enough understanding of how to use it. Okay. So my name is Stoker, really sex analyst from CGH. I'm talking about the Ghana Cybersecurity Information Sharing Platform. I'm from CGH. I think CGH has been introduced to it, but because of time, I will not go into detail on that. Okay. So the agenda for today is the Ghana Cybersecurity Information Partnership. And then the second one is the platform, the Ghana Cybersecurity Information Exchange Platform. So when I talk about the partnership, you all know what a partnership is. So when we started our set, we didn't really know where to begin. We had help from IT and Impact. And then as soon as we started, the 12 government websites we had. So imagine being set up and then all of a sudden you have to do with 12 hacked government websites. It wasn't easy at all. So what we realized is that we started sending advisories to constituencies, and then we realized that anytime we send advisories to constituencies, they either acknowledge that we received it, and then we keep seeing their compromised devices or hosts in the scan. Anytime we scan, we see it. So we were wondering, what can we do, to get the constituencies involved? And then we decided to start a partnership where maybe the government and then the industry can come together and form a community so we can all work to quell cyber threats. So that's the proposed joint industry development initiative. So the main aim was to share cyber threats and vulnerability information in order to increase overall situational awareness. So this was a practical measure to make sure that all our constituencies know about the recent cyber threats and then how to deal with them. And then it's membership based, so members across sectors and organizations to exchange cyber threat information. So maybe a company A has dealt with, let's say, I know you probably heard of the Marine government, maybe a company has dealt with it, and then in a sense, what we do is that we do the briefing and the reports. So So anytime we deal with a problem or an incident, we document it, and then how we dealt with it is law. So if company A has dealt with it, they can send it to company B. If they are in this partnership, you get to receive these reports, and then you can use it to quickly bring up your network or your machines or your servers that is being attacked. So business continuity is not actually, a problem if you are part of the DCIS. So for secure and dynamic environment, operating within a framework that protects the confidentiality of shared information. So you see, it's a membership because we want to keep information confidential, so that like maybe industry and governments coming together, there are trust issues. So we are sure we sign NDAs, we make sure that all our members know that the information is not going out there. Just for trust issues. Also, members are also able to receive network information, network monitoring reports. So as I was saying, you can receive reports if you're part of the DCISP. You can receive reports. So anytime you do a scan, you send reports, and then they help you get rid of it. As long as you keep showing that you know that you're not going to. Yeah. So free service, that's one of the benefits of the partnership. Free service allows users to receive tailored fees for information from services covering any malicious activity. That is seen on the network. Also, DCISP members benefit from engagement with the industry and government. So here you get two perspectives where you can see from the industry, you can see from the government coming together. We can do a lot. Early warning, that's the last thing I was talking about. Ability to learn experiences, mistakes, successes, and other users and seek advice. So as I was saying, if the company has dealt with this before, and then it's blocked, once you're part of this partnership, you're able to receive the reports on how the government is also used to improve the network. Improve ability to protect company networks. Ability to access free network monitoring reports and any other information.
Goodbye, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. So to become a registered CF member, you have to be a Ghanaian registered company. For the administration of an electronic communications network in Ghana, sponsored by either the government, the business set, the set draft subsets in create to make sure that every set operates in this way. As we are the national sets, we are about creating other subsets to make sure that the subsets relate to us and then we relate to our international partners. So that is the hierarchy. Okay, multi-stakeholder committee. This is a joint committee for all the industry and government stakeholders. I will not speak on that because I'm going to speak on it because of the time. Also, this is a platform. Just like any framework, you need a platform. This is the technical platform we set up to help communicate information. So because of the time, I'll just show you some snapshots of the platform. This is the centric website. We look at sets dash of this is the CIT platform. So this is where people want to members come to visit the site, sign up to be a member, and then we'll get back to you on that. Once you sign up to be a member, if you work with everyone platform, if you have to do an instant handling, you have already set up an instant handling platform. That is another incident which I'm responsible for. Currently, we are working with the police here to set up a cybercrime work. So anything you want to do cybercrime, we go to that early platform. But this is the incident handling work. So once you become a member, we give you credentials and you can share information confidentially between industry and government partners. So this is a conversation of an incident that happened. It begins with someone from the set. It keeps on going on until the incident is taken to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting to know that on the website. guys dealing with all these vulnerability assessments, ensuring that we ensure business continuity. I'd like to take this opportunity. I'm thinking, should we, I'd like to call Edward Danso answer to do the presentation, then we'll ask our brief questions, and I'll call our presenter from Microsoft to also give us a brief. All right. Albert is from University, a research fellow, and he's into website vulnerability assessments and all. When it comes to cybersecurity, there are different dimensions. We have those that are expert in database, some are expert in network, some are expert in website. He's very good at that, and I'm sure he's going to present on forming research in cybersecurity. If you're ready. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll try and move very fast. Resilience enhancement for design operating system, which is a local based prototype of the framework that we are building. And we are doing this in collaboration with the various states, agencies, including the Ghana police, and so on and so forth, to have some, assessments and, carry out some tests as far as particular operating systems. I also need to be quick to add that this is not a desktop operating system. This is a setup operating system. Yeah, so looking at this, the various services that we have includes that more attention to applications rather than the platform that we have. So most of our security, penetration testers and cybersecurity experts are mostly, tasked with, how to come up with better and efficient, framework that can manage the various applications we have, and so on. Then the second point is that the vulnerabilities of OS makes useless of the security in the applications that we install. So no matter how good your application security is, when the platform itself does not have enough security measures in place, then that will obviously be useless. Then countries now are beginning to develop their own state-sponsored OS platform after Snowden's revelation. And as a result of that, here at UST, and I being the lecturer and the research fellow there, took it upon ourselves that this is something that we have also started, that we also want to showcase this to the various security agencies that we have in the country in order to see how best we as a country or as a state can also have our own platform. Then we also realize that we have some technical terms that we call as the MAC, which is the mandatory access control and the discretionary access control. The discretionary access control is intended to the user. He defines the kinds of privileges that they will need to assign to their various applications and so on and so forth. And we realize that most of the open source service that we run, we usually lack, for instance, Red Hat has a default SE Linux LS certificate for the Linux security module. The Ubuntu also runs the app AMO and so on and so forth. But we're looking at a situation where we can have extra layers, what we refer to as the redundant layers of security modules, in order to further enhance the already available security that we have. And this has been integrated into this framework. It's quite unfortunate that it's not that way to but looking at it, you will realize that the red part, which is the downward part, is just the hardware infrastructure. We have the core kernel here, and then the user mode here. This is where applications are not given the opportunity to access. So it is tightly secure from any external, both external and internal, applications that run. Use lack of time and may not be able to explain it in every architecture or model that we have. We have some security layer here, which is the framework we actually used or introduced a particular security layer that we call as the GR security, which is just to add on to the already available skills that we have. We also have a UTM in all the operating systems or the several operating systems that you have. In most cases, the UTMs are usually additional components that you buy, which is mounted somewhere on the network and so on. But in this case, we have done this test and integrated the unified threat management within the server itself. This is all done to improve or to enhance or to have something we call as the redundant security layers in the architecture. And then we also have other layers which have all been done. But this is within the core kernel. But when we move up, further up, where we have the step all interface and so on, we have other additional models that we have introduced. Let me start from the top. The top layer is codenamed the Steel Classification Zero Knowledge Protocol. This has been accepted by a reputable American international journal, which is published since I think about 3 or 4 months ago. So if you type the title of it, and it tells all how this has been integrated into the plan. In the open source, we have what we call as the portable authentication module, which allows any application that we install on a network or a server to have or to use that particular protocol. And this is also one of the protocols that we are trying to propose to Meta to see how this can be integrated in the various government sites that we have. And this protects web-based applications and systems against cross-site scripting, phishing attacks, and so on and so forth. And we have tested this on a number of systems and vulnerability apps like Tampa data and so on and so forth. And it will surprise you to know that when someone gets access to the Tampa data tool and runs this on your Yahoo, your Gmail, and so on and so forth, the person is able to pick up on the passwords you have and so on and so forth. When you integrate this in any of the web applications you run, the system hides it by going through a series of protocol layers, which we'll see very soon. Let me just jump to this layer. These are all services that you run on a server. These are the Apache service. These are the DNS, the Squid server, and any other service that one would want to run on his or her server. One thing about the PNS is that we have the primary service and then we have the secondary service. The secondary service only serves as a backup. So the primary service is what provides the service on the network. So what happens is when there's any corruption, whether an attack or a particular application that attempts to make any changes in the service, protocols and authentication, the system is supposed to reset itself by taking the earlier of the last saved, codes or the authentication modules that it has from the standby, service. So these things have all been done in order to, further provide the security that we have. The top layer here, we have the sandboxing, and then we also have what we call as the VPS. So this is also an integration of both the sandboxing and the integration. This is just an version of how the authentication module was done. This is just one aspect of it. There are 4 different layers, one on the server, one on the client, one on the applications, and so on and so forth. This is also how the virtualization techniques that was adapted in the OS also looks like. We have these libraries here and all the various security containers that we have integrated into the server. Then we have the protocol that we call as the heartbeat technique. And when we go back, the primary service and the secondary services are all authenticated or checked whether a particular service is down or up based on the heartbeat technique. So this ensures that the services are always running to provide us with what we call a high availability. Then we also have the process internals. Due to lack of time, I will not be able to explain everything. But this is where we have the PRAM, that's the portable authentication module, which uses the steel authentication protocol that I just talked on. This is also a sample of the UTM, where we have the IDS, that's the intrusion detection system, and the intrusion prevention systems, and then we have the firewall, which also protects the server from all forms of attacks. These are the various benchmark tools that we use in order to test the service with other generic and monolithic kernel servers. And these are the performance that we have. And in all of this, we realize that whenever the server is actually increasing, as far as the service that run on the server is concerned, and so on and so forth, it is always the case that the people that we have tend to perform much more better. And especially when it comes to CPU utilization, memory utilization, and so on. And
Thank
so
you.
on. So this is the end of the presentation.
Oh, we can do better than this. We can do better. That's great. Thank you very much. I was thinking, you know, the MC stepped on my toes and told me that our lunch is ready. But hey, we've been waiting for 1 year for this program, so lunch can wait. What do you think? I don't know time. Yeah, I think I would like to call him CK Bruce, former our president of ISACA, to give us his presentation. All right. Yeah, so we have let me see he's going to talk to us about cybersecurity career studies. All right, I'll start that.
Thank you very much.
You have to take it, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Exactly.
Yes.
My name is CK Bruce from ISACA. ISACA, not ISACA, ISACA. ISACA stands for Information Systems Audit and Control Association, and it's a professional body that comprises information security, IT audits, governance, and generally IT professionals. Okay, and I'm sure if you might not know ISACA, but I'm sure you know some of our certifications: CISA, CISM, CIRIS, and CGI. We also own COVID, the governance and information security framework. Okay, and we also came out with the cybersecurity certification just about 2 years ago, which I'm going to talk about. Now, everything that you've heard, or any level of apprehension that you might have at this point in time, the actual fact is that it is 10 times worse, okay, or even more, okay, because there are so many things that you might not be able to grasp at this point in time for you to really feel scared, but you just have to, okay? And the fact of the matter is that we do not have enough professionals. We do not have enough people to be able to defend our perimeters against the cyber criminals. Now there are two dimensions to this problem. The right type of professional who is certified and has the right information, or no, sorry, the right knowledge to be able to defend a perimeter, and then the availability of those professionals. So the slide I have in front of me just tries to give some level of comparison about the development of those professionals, and even in Ghana, it is so difficult to get anybody to employ who has the right level of experience and knowledge in cybersecurity. So ISACA came up with this certification pathway, and it starts on the bottom. You do the fundamentals, then you go-to practitioner, and then you specialize in some of the areas that even Marcus was talking about, the identify, detect, protect, and all that. So these are all the areas of incident management and forensic investigation, very critical, vital skills required to be able to successfully defend yourself against any cyber criminals. So CSS is a certification pathway that ISACA has. And the uniqueness around CSS is the fact that it is 100% purely hands-on. Okay? You actually are trained on a simulated live environment. So it's not a presentation, book-driven learning process. You actually experience some cyber attacks and you are trained on how to respond. This pathway is not only technical, because to successfully build a secure framework in an organization, you need the technical and the managerial. So it does satisfy both pathways. So what is ISACA's way of ensuring that we have enough professionals going into the future? Okay. Now, since we realize that there are not enough people going into this career path, ISACA has an initiative that we are trying to prompt students who are students now to start thinking about this pathway. So we have the Career Starter Path, which will start you off with a free training on the fundamentals, which is the foundation. So based on that, then you can move on to the practitioner. Okay, and we have the leaflet here for anybody who's interested. But basically, we are just trying to bring your mind, your career direction into cybersecurity. So we are prepared to give you the initial training, the initial content knowledge to enable you to start, and then we will expect you, since you've bitten the first bite of the cherry, and you follow up and gain all the required experiences and the required certification and knowledge. So this is our initiative from ISACA in supporting the building of capacity and the building of the right skills for cybersecurity protection. So if anybody's interested and need a flyer on it, there's a lady in black at the far corner who will have a copy for you so that you can access it and then enter the passcode and then download all the required information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. C.K. Bruce. One of the key areas we need in our nations, cybersecurity is jurisdictional. You cannot be trained in the West and have a Western mentality and be able to track the drills of cybersecurity criminals and that. So we need a training here because we understand the way we think and do our things. We understand our culture. So when it comes to cybersecurity, I think we need this training. Thank you very much once again. And I would like to move on quickly and call on Angela and Ganga to also give us a presentation. And then I'm sure the questions are ready. Forgive me for the spelling of the name. I was corrected earlier on about ISACA. It should be ISACA, not Isaka. Alright. Let's do have this problem now. So please, if you are ready, Angela. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I will try and use those 10 minutes adequately over my 35 slides. Very challenging. But let me just quickly, because a lot of the people on the panel have actually discussed a number of items that were part of what we were going to share as Microsoft. So I'll quickly try and see how I can safety to some of the conversations here and give moving from my colleague, Derek, as we talked about the importance that Microsoft has in how we've identified around building security in our own platforms. However, what I'm going to focus around is talking about specifically what we do as far as the intelligence that we collect and how, most importantly, we can lead partner. And I think that has been the essence of this particular panel. But maybe just to start us off, I think we generally all agree that from the time that the founder of Microsoft actually coined up this particular phrase, which I love to use, things have really transformed. When he talked about in 1988 that eventually everyone's business card will have an electronic email address, and lots of people thought that that was just a pipe dream away, to where we are today. And I think a lot of members of this panel, those that spoke before, have actually shared some of the sophistication that we are seeing today when we talk about cybercrime, right from individuals and the compromise that we have. We saw what happened in Target last year, which means lots of customers were compromised as far as their own personal data is concerned, to the concerns that we have for organizations. We saw Sony have to pull back on one of its blockbuster movies because that was hacked and information was shared. We saw banks have this kind of impact as well. We saw the Bank of Bangladesh last year, or earlier this year actually, get hacked and lose almost over $100 million. Was lost before they could actually find a way of switching off the SWIFT, which is used by the majority of the banks and bank transfers. So you can begin to see the enormity of it. And it's moving also towards governments. I think we heard today about the impact of the Ghana websites. We've seen that just recently, with a government that's very close to us in Nigeria that got hacked. And we've seen the impact of the potential of what the cybercriminals are all about. I would not say that we are unique as Microsoft. I mean, we also have our vulnerabilities. And it's because of the immensity of the data that we're able to collect that we're then able to pick up insights that we're able to share with our partners, with organizations that work with us, and also with our customers. So we use that particular posture, and I'll just talk about what we do from an organizational perspective. So we have what we call the Cyber Defense Operations Center, and that's basically at the core. I had a video to show, but because of the interest of time, I'll leave it here so you can possibly be able to see it over the next few days during this particular week. But the Cyber Defense Operations Center is basically what we call a hub, where all our engineering teams, all our technical teams, all our cybersecurity experts, our lawyers, our product teams actually aggregate the various data that is collected from the 1 billion users or so that are different Microsoft platforms. That's where we aggregate all that data and we analyze it. As I said, there's a video here that I won't show at the moment, but we analyze that data in what we call the digital crimes unit. So I was quite interested today when I heard the colleagues speaking about how do you create capacity as far as digital forensics is concerned. So the digital crimes unit at Microsoft, we've got one large center which is based out of Redmond, but we've also got multiple centers that we've created in at least 18 different countries. But the largest being the one, of course, that we have in Redmond. And we open up to governments to actually have a view of how to build capacity around digital forensics. So we may not necessarily be able to come to you here, but we're working with governments. We have taken a number of governments, particularly from Africa, to analyze and find out how they can actually build their own capacity in dealing with cybercrime. The Digital Crimes Unit is actually a team of forensic experts. We've got ex-police officers, and we have also a team of lawyers as well that sits in there. So altogether, there are about 300 of them within the main Digital Crimes Unit that sit down and analyze data. And basically what you see is that all these computers that we have are constantly sending signals. And I'll share with you some of the data that we see from Ghana. And those computers send data to our servers, to our CNC servers. And out of that, we're able to collect data on malware, particularly when there's malware, which means there's infected PCs. So they're sending signals to our command center with the intention of actually undertaking a crime. And what we do is that we're able to infiltrate that data, or rather analyze it, so to speak, and we work in collaboration with CERTs around the world and ISPs to share with them those vulnerabilities that we see so that they can actually be able to protect themselves. So just to give you, I will talk about, I think we talked about some of the other crimes. I'll speak to one specific one, which is very close to Ida, who we've had an opportunity to speak about, which is about how do we protect vulnerable populations. And there is one specific way, and I'm very excited to see that from last year that we had started having conversations around cybersecurity frameworks in Ghana, that it actually progressed to having child online protection guidelines. It's really a massive step. And one of the things that Microsoft has done in partnership, so how we analyze all this big data, is that we've come up with what we call photo DNA. And photo DNA, essentially, it helps detect millions of illegal images of children online. I mean, it's one of the largest scams that we're seeing today in terms of cybercrime. And basically what happens is that these cyber criminals have become very sophisticated. So they pick images of children and they're able to distort them in one way or the other. So they'll distort your ears, maybe your eyes and so forth. So the same image of your child may not necessarily look like what they put online. And what photo DNA is, and we developed it with the support of Dartmouth College, is it's actually able to go and search all the different types of websites and actually pick out any images that have been distorted. Today we have actually brought down or been able to identify or work with various organizations to identify over 600,000 images of children who are likely to be used for child exploitation using photo DNA. And it's not just something that we use as Microsoft. So Facebook and others, I mean, including if you have an institution for missing children or exploited children in Ghana, this is software that is readily available from Microsoft for free, and we work with various partners in different countries, as you can see. In terms of public-private partnerships, I mean, this is just a snapshot of some of the organizations we work with. It is not the entire list. I mean, we've worked with examples of Pfizer, the pharmaceutical company, to bring down over 20,000 online pharmaceutical, fraudulent pharmaceutical organizations that are selling drugs online. You know, Slim and Fit, and also, you know, most of us are getting very excited about some of these products that are being sold online. The promising results in minutes. And some 90% of these products, in some cases, are not genuine. And so we work very closely with some of these organizations and law enforcement agencies to bring down this threat. I'm going to share with you a few slides. Now, just to give you an example, when we talk about digital crime today, remember what Derek talked about. We've got about 1 billion users. We're getting about 300 million hits onto our systems daily. Naturally, most of those that have adequate software, which means they're up to date, we will be able to send back either a message that basically protects, or will send a patch to our customer that will protect them. But in many instances, some of the pieces that are sending those particular messages to us do not have adequate software. So there's malware within them, and therefore we're not able to support those particular customers. So the screenshot above, which again I won't be able to spend a lot of time on, is basically a snapshot of 1 week in the world in terms of what's happening from a cybersecurity risk perspective. And basically what we've seen from Microsoft's perspective is we see 53 million distinct IP addresses during that period. Just imagine the capability of it. I'm going to go very quickly because I'm trying to go more, probably of more interest. This will play. We will play here. But I had some specific, again, I'll leave this map with you, and you can actually see how we're able to draw down from international data, so looking at the map from the international level, and then coming down to draw down into Ghana. And I will draw from that particular map, we're then able to analyze. So in this particular week, this is the 31st of October to the 6th of November, we looked at Ghana-specific data. So these are computers sending us signals, and we had 8,434 unique IPs hitting our servers with the intention of committing a crime. Now, if you look at that from the week before, it's 8,300. So which means that averagely, we've got almost an equal number of new unique IP addresses that are actually sending out signals to Microsoft with the intention of committing a crime. Now the thing is, we have no idea how many PCs that is, but we can almost estimate, because if you look at the hits, the column at the end talks about 1 million hits. So in that particular week, we had 1 million hits from Ghana sent out to Microsoft with the intention of committing a crime. And the line, what you see at the corner there on the right, are the different types of botnets that were affecting, or that were sending out those particular signals. And just to give you a bit of an example, I mean, what is, maybe I'll go to another slide very quickly. I hope I have 2 or 3 more minutes. I'm sure this data is of interest. Okay, great. So again, so if you look at these incidences, what's most interesting is the B106. So B106, if we had time, we will do a multiple choice question and answer on what that means. But just to give you a very layman's description of what that is for those who are not technical, basically what this particular malware does is that it has the ability to switch on your microphone and switch on your camera without you knowing. So I can see a few people, normally lots of, whenever I talk about this, so that particular column, so you can see about 81% of malware hits that we see for that particular week are connected to B106. If I look at the second column, that's a bit worrying for us as Microsoft. This is a botnet known as Conflicker. Now, Conflicker is a botnet that we brought down as Microsoft in 2010, which means ideally it should not exist in Ghana. Okay? This should not even exist at all. But it means that you still have legacy systems, because a lot of people that are still using their PCs will probably Windows XP or something of that sort. Regardless of the fact that we sent very many patches even back in the day. And then the other one that's quite interesting, I think somebody talked about this, is what kind of, is what 15% of RAM bit. Now RAM bit, again, I'm sure the technicals will tell you around this, but this is about backing power. So again, it just ties in a lot with some of the feedback that we received earlier in terms of the high level that we are seeing coming out of Ghana. Top cities, again, that shouldn't surprise you. Again, most of you are born in the cities, so you're up by your 10 like Masi. That's where we see most of the traffic. Now, what do we do with this kind of information? So there's a number of things that Microsoft does. So at the top there is, of course, as I mentioned, there's a strategy around how do we deal with this. So there's an aspect around civil, and then there's criminal law. So the good thing about a country like Ghana is that we've actually put in place a very sophisticated aspect of your policy. So your laws, as we have it at the police state, are fairly adequate. In many countries that we're in, we may not be able to prosecute based on that. We have to struggle to start looking for what kind of law to attach to criminals who we may be able to bring down from that perspective. But in actual sense, what we do is that we analyze the data, then we look at what is the best strategy in terms of enforcement, and then there's the aspects around the activation of the data, which I just shared with you, and then out of that we create what are known as digital risk dashboards. And for those, we're able to share them either with organizations. So we've done this, we've had instances, or we have opportunities to share this with our customers. So this is where customers, including companies, have come and said, I am now done with being hacked. I'm going to give you my range of IP addresses, of course, under an NDA. Please tell me what's happening, because I really can't identify exactly what's happening within my environment. And so we're able to undertake some of those risk assessments for governments, for organizations, and so on. I'll talk about the last bit, which is about partnerships. So how do we go about particularly working with government? And I think what we've been happy to hear, and I think this is more for the research, is that we do have an official way of partnering with governments. So this particular data, as is mentioned, information sharing is not just owned by one entity. So this information is useful for Microsoft, yes, but it's only as good as us being able to share it with ISPs and CERTs. And so there is opportunities to partner, for example, with the government of Ghana through your CERT, of course, under a very tightly knit agreement into what we call a government security program, which will enable you to actually get access to this, what we call a sitting feed on a regular basis. It means that we're actually able to then work together to analyze data, information sharing, and there's obviously ways that we can even give you access to some extent to some of our source code. In a nutshell, I will leave that particular slide. I think we do have ways in which that we're able to work with governments, particularly to look at the cybersecurity frameworks and address what the best approach is from a cybersecurity perspective. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What's your time? I would like to take a few questions. I don't know, maybe about 4 questions, and then we'll just, I have 2 hands up there. Ready? There's a 3rd hand, 4th one. Oh, no, lady? Ladies.
Can I start?
Yeah, so we have to start from here.
All right. My name is David from Ghana Post and Handles Authority.
Yes.
I'm becoming very scared, honestly, because in all these discussions, one thing I identified had to do with trust. Full stop. We had nice presentation at the ISACA Sorry. Isaac, man, my friend, told us that we don't have enough professionals. We train these professionals and we'll be training a competitor. So we are not sure what is happening. All these cybersecurity has brought us here, and I don't know when this thing is going to end. It's like it's endless. So if you read Microsoft, the security slate that they send on a monthly basis, we are signed on to the enterprise agreement. Eric is aware of that. And you read and you get scared. So today there's a pen test, tomorrow there's another thing, and then you don't know what is happening. Please, I think the ethical part should be addressed. That when people are employed, they should be educated how to deal with information. I'm looking forward to one day where everybody is going to disconnect the computer, they put it away, and we go back to manual. Let's watch out for that. You can.
Good afternoon. I'm sure we'll take these more questions and then you can answer them. The panel each person is on the road.
Good afternoon. My name is Maxwell Adiko. I'm with Isaac Contractor. My question is very simple. Do we have a risk register for Ghana? Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Hamdi, I saw it
I thought I was the fourth person, so I was waiting for you. My name is Billy James from the National Society of Black Engineers. It's a student-run organization that seeks to groom the youth in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So I'm here on behalf of them to find ways to collaborate with organizations who are ready to grant students early information so that they can contribute their quota to the national development. So I was so excited when the president from ISACA spoke about we not having enough professionals in the field and looking forward to have people to be certified, and then there's training also for them to be able to take for free. I want to know how organizations like mine can be able to partner with you to be able to raise professionals, for the next generation, especially ladies, since we have a limited number of ladies here who are tech savvy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I was the head of the Security Operations Center in Ecobank Transnational Corporation since 2012. My question is, I'm coming from an operations background. Now, I've been sitting here and I'm listening to these nice presentations. The audience here, it's a national conference. It's something huge, and I'm privileged to be here with you, all of you. Thank you. But I need some more insight into the information, like security operations, because the last few slides from Microsoft show exactly what a security operations team should be doing, basically. Because if I am in charge of security operations and monitoring, the worst thing for me is to have a national level catastrophe or like something happening, and people come and ask me, what do you think is going on? I cannot say, I don't know. Then why am I paid? Why am I working? Where is my skill? So I don't know about the next few days, but if we can get a chance to focus more on the key metrics, what tells the management about the status of information security as key metric, for example, at least maybe we can all benefit from this effort. Thank you very much.
It's well noted. Shall I have the last person to ask a question? I can see one comment. Okay. Let's hear you and then we can.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ellen Blyman.
Yes.
I'm an incident handling specialist. My question is for Seth. First, where are you calling from, please? I used to be with EcoBank as well, but I'm an international consultant right now. What? My question goes to any representative from the elected response team. I'm interested more in terms of cyber threat intelligence. Like, do we have the capabilities? Do we have like malanalysis in terms of identifying threat actors or advanced threat groups, and knowing, for example, in terms of Ghana's political or geopolitical status, which kind of threats we are most likely to, and are we kind of like, being on the offensive and just being prepared for these kind of threats that will affect our national infrastructure?
These are 5 interesting questions. And I'd like to start I'll start with Eric. Just give us a brief what is around this question.
Okay, thank you. I work with the computer emergency response team, so I'm going to start with the last question. The team was established in 2014, a pretty young team, 2 years thereabout. We've been struggling, like many other incident teams, with the basic budgets so that we can put the real systems in place. However, we have systems that we use to monitor, what the happenings around. We have some intelligence, and we also receive alerts from other certs, which we more or less transfer to other people. We are not operational. We are coordinating set. So what we do is we need to get the operational teams that are working in the different networks, so that when we get these intelligence, we pass it on, and then they can work on it. But we are expanding our ambit right now. We are soon going to have a malware and vulnerability departments that will continuously begin to work in these areas. So gradually, now that the policy has been approved, means hopefully we're going to get budgetary support, and then we can really do the things that we have to do as a state. Thank you.
Yes, you may come.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to speak from the idea put out there that there are no or not many people who are specialized or professionals in this particular field. I must say that we have more than enough security experts in the country. The only thing we lack is the lack of coordination. We don't have any data on the number of people we have. I was trained in India. I have friends who were trained from Holland. I have people from China. I have people from UK and so on and so forth. The only thing we lack, we know ourselves. We have tried to come up with associations and so on and so forth. And I can tell you that there are some consultants that we do for other countries or states that our own people sometimes do not consult us on some of these things. And I'm happy that now we are having a very tight collaboration with NITA, with the Ghana Army, with the Ghana Police, and we're also working on collaborations currently with the principal officer of the Crime Bureau and so on and so forth. But I just want to say that we have more than enough professionals in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, with the issue of trust, I like Marcus to address the issue of trust here.
Well, I want to.
ICT
has come to stay. Crime in the old world, physical world, is translated or taken to the virtual world. So people say old wine in a new bottle. It can come to stay, crime will be there. But it's up to us to know how to handle those crimes. So it is huge. Now, it's not a matter of going and block the network and go back to the old days, Pakistan elephant, having an elephant.
Oh, yeah, restaurant.
So I think that's the way we should go about it. But concerning trust, criminals among themselves. They trust themselves, and they know that they will not hurt themselves. So we need to adopt the right attitude and make sure that we collaborate, we coordinate, we cooperate, we ensure confidentiality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to come in as well and maybe talk a little bit about the draft process and maybe we can address some of the issues.
I'm sorry, I don't want to pretend to be cyber expert.
Oh, but you can give us something. I was. All right. Look, oh, you can talk about the trust concept and the fact that some of the gentlemen from the information find out knowledge.
Yes, as you were saying, we're looking at how ready we are. And I think that intelligence is the ammunition. So, and one person can have all the intelligence or all the ammunition to fight for self-development. So, with this system that we have set up, it's about trust, yes. But even if you don't trust me, you still don't have my information to fight the self-development. So, you sometimes have to compromise because you know that you need the information I have. And then since I'm not done anything, even look at the track record, the person you want to trust, the person has not done anything to put the trust in question. You cannot hold on to that and say that, well, I don't want to trust anybody, I'm sitting in my corner and going to do my own thing. Yeah. So, and also, once you go onto the search view shot of sites, you can subscribe to our newsletter, and then we keep on sending newsletters, advisories, so you can be prepared and aware to enable you to call cyber. Thank you.
All right. With regards to the operational issues, I'd like Bruce and Angela to emphasize on that area for us so that we can understand better.
Okay. I also like to talk about the skill gap. To be honest, I think at this very point in time, we're only scratching the surface. There's only the financial services industry who are really requiring some level of information security. And there are some other sectors, larger organizations. But when we really start demanding that all organizations, all companies are requesting for skills to be able to protect themselves, then we will seriously be found wanting. Okay. Now there are two levels. There's the internal aspect that each organization should have somebody responsible for the information programs in-house. Now that person itself will not have all the skills required. So they will definitely need to be coordinating with information security, cybersecurity consultants outside. So we have two levels. So if each organization requires an information security manager, then we will be found guilty. Okay. This also leads me to the operational aspect. Again, we need to recognize the two aspects, the technical and the operational, or the managerial. Now in Ghana, unfortunately, we are doing a bottom-up approach. We are starting from the technical, doing the technical, trying to understand the technical, whereby the equally important, or perhaps the more important, is on the top down. Now, what are the policies? What are the directions? What is the management commitment? Without management commitment, you can do nothing. Because anything you do on the technical level will not resonate across your whole enterprise. Okay? So, some of these skills, as I mentioned, are the managerial skills, how to develop, how to manage, how to adopt, whether you're using COVID or you're using ISO 27001. So a lot of these approaches that we're having are not using either. They're just, let's put in a firewall, let's do this, let's be responsive to attacks. We have to be proactive and set up and be well prepared and not and try and minimize the impacts of these cyber attacks. Now, if we are approaching a total holistic solution, then we will seriously be found something. And seriously, my colleague who said that instead will be even twice as scared. Twice as scared. Because we are nowhere prepared for anything.
Thank you. Thank you. You can see how passionate he is. Yeah. Angela, can you, yes. Can you cross
I couldn't agree more with my colleague from ISAC, and perhaps because Microsoft, we have actually worked quite closely with ISAC and other markets as well. Specifically, on the question that the gentleman asked, I think it was from EcoBank, which is around the key metrics which we use from a security perspective. And he's so right in saying that the fact that yes, there does need to be some metrics from a national level, and I think the fact that we have a cybersecurity strategy is a good step. I believe out of that, they must get more functional in terms of description, and whether it's from an infrastructure perspective to down to how to manage data. So I see us as a stepping stone. We're getting somewhere where those kind of key metrics from a national level are going to actually be delivered downstream. And then secondly, there's what you call the industry, and I think that's what Bruce was talking about. I think the financial sector has actually been very good in terms of being very crystal clear in terms of what needs to be managed or how data needs to be managed from a risk perspective. So demanding for certain things to be done, such as vulnerability assessments and so forth, which then put providers in check in terms of what you need to do from an industry perspective. So I think there's work that needs to be done, both at a national level, but also at an industry level. The third thing I'd like to comment is about how do you then make sure that you have a holistic process. There's three aspects. I think one is about investing in your technology. There's no way to get away from the gentleman's question at the back there if you're still working with legacy systems. So you've got to invest in your technology. What systems are you using? You can't be using systems of yesteryear to address problems of tomorrow. The second is around investing in your instrumentation. So what are your processes? And that's a part that most people forget. You may bring in the new systems, but your processes remain the same. So again, analyzing what your processes are is also going to be critical in how you address your cybersecurity risks moving forward. And then the third is about your people, and I guess that's why we're still next to Isaka here. Invest in your people and list them also, because cybersecurity, part of the challenge is a people issue. It's not just about technology, it's also a people issue. So how do you also make sure that you enlist them to understand why do you not need to have, why should you have different passwords? Why should you not try to do a bypass? When you're told to do multi-factor authentication, you don't accept. What does that mean for the organization? So there's a need of you thinking about those two holistic aspects. And then priority. Where do you put your priority focus? Because you have your threats, you have your vulnerabilities, and then there'll be consequences. So how do you address the three? I think if you think about it from that perspective, you might be able to come up with the security metrics that you are asking about.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think there are pretty good questions. I would like Marcus to chip in for a minute, and then we can
Thank you. Well, you're talking about how to handle cybercrime. There's something I want to draw attention. We can use it. Yeah. 30% of the crime and 70% on Telegram. So it's calculated by human technology. So when you are spending a lot of money on Telegram, just 20%, 60%, what is it? On Telegram. That's where the issue of the buy-in of the top management, the training of your staff, or let's say the whole nation, you need to train, or create awareness so that you are prepared. But what do we notice in Ghana? Well, there are some level of expertise in Ghana, that's what I want. Sure, we know about it. But the bad guys, they are also there. They will come to you. The web, cybersecurity, and send solutions which are kind don't need and go away from money. They will put you in frustration. So please, let's be aware of the shouldn't jump into some cybersecurity solutions and then end up wasting money. And there's no, in that approach, there's no way we will secure our cybersecurity in Ghana. Thank you.
Just like to add my little opinion to what has been discussed here. I'm also in cybersecurity, and I know from our culture point of view, the way we employ is one of the critical areas. Our system is such that we employ based on who. So the person may have done a great first degree, and because the person knows somebody, and he spends all night or this some course in IT, the person is employed. So these are some of the areas that we have to address. We also have this strategic issue or strategic management level issue where I would say many people say is that we have a lot of born before technologies who are part of the strategic management level that are struggling to understand where we are coming from when we talk about cybersecurity issues. Then also we have the issue on the ground about these technical tools and software that are used in place. We don't have standards in place, we don't have laws in place, we don't have so many of the things that are well built up in the system that we can use to monitor and track all these things. In terms of the operational issues that a gentleman in the banking sector talked about, most of the criminals are economic crimes, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. That is why most of the guys hit the banking system using cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, SQL injectors, using all these types of attack threats able to hit their systems. When we can secure the systems, technically we have a lot of people, but strategically we need to move from where we are now and get some of the experts involved. I've been in cybersecurity for 10 years now. We are here, but like Eddie said, who cares about me? I have had incidents where I've gone to top places, I've seen some vulnerabilities, I went to talk about them, and then I saw that the motor bikes were following me. So we come out again. Do you understand what I'm saying? So somebody mentioned trust. Our colleague from, I think from Gatoa. We are there. Where in the West, for instance, suppose somebody is in cybersecurity, the government will be aware of you. Maybe they know your house, where you live, your parents, and all. So that suppose there's something you can track. Anybody who goes into hacking, we must have this. Somebody mentioned risk register. We don't have that in place. Every Ghanaian has about 8 different ID cards now in the system. Every Ghanaian, and maybe more. So how do we track all these things? Until we put all these parameters in place or class systems in place to monitor these things. There are challenges, but in cybersecurity, vulnerabilities and threats are here to stay, and we are also here to work on them, and we'll be having this forum round again to address the issue. I want to use this opportunity to thank all the panel and say we appreciate your inputs, and for the questions that are coming, we're taking them on board. We are going to address them, and then next year, God willing, when we come again, also when we have the workshops, we'll be able to work on them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, last lap, and we promise to be very quick, so please. I know a lot of you are hungry. Let's, we promise to be quick. I'm sure they'll do it in 30 minutes. So I'd like to call Dr. Osei Watson, come and handle digital identity and internet rights section. On the panel with him is going to be Kailash Bana from Microsoft, Erica Kumia, who is going to be addressing protecting our digital identity, and Tiawo, we need you back on building capacity of COP stakeholders for online safety of children. Awo Aidam Amenya. And then finally, we're going to have Suleiman Brahma, Executive Director for MFWA Internet Freedom Coalition, speaking about internet freedom versus responsible use, case of use of social media. I'm sure most of us will be interested in this. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So this section is looking into digital identity and internet rights. And we have on the panel Eric Akumia, whom we've introduced several times, data expert. He will be speaking on protecting our digital identity. So he will go first, and then we'll pick up the other panel members. They've already been. Okay, I'm sorry. I've been prompted that Microsoft presentation taken first, which is Kailash Bana. So, with a clap offering. So you have 10 minutes, just like everybody else.
Thank you. Representatives of the Government of Ghana, representatives of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be here in Ghana today to participate in the most important conferences to heighten awareness around threats, the scourge of cybercrime, and its very real impact on the economy, on business. As you will have heard from my colleagues, Microsoft is leading the platform and productivity company for the mobile-first, cloud-first world. Our mission is to enable every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. This bold ambition can only be enacted if individuals and organizations have access to and use authentic Microsoft software. For decades, Microsoft software has been the focus of hacking, piracy, and outright counterfeiting. This trend is very pronounced in the developing economies, especially in our region, where the percentage of piracy is above 18%. This alarming state of affairs has had the effect of significantly reducing the potential contribution to the national economy in terms of the loss of taxes, revenues. Moreover, the use of pirated and counterfeit software has impacted the lives of many users who have been exposed to security breaches. The impact on business and authorized distributors, our resellers, and other stakeholders in the ICT industry cannot be underestimated. One of the major consequences of higher rates of piracy is the threat of increased cyber criminality. Cybercrime continues to grow and is further widening the gap between developed countries and countries in the developing world, such as here in West Africa. Pirated versions of software are not protected and therefore open the door to criminals who use technology to undertake the illegal activities, including theft and impersonation. Recent studies have shown that over 90% of computers sold in our region are equipped with pirated or counterfeit operating systems. From a security point of view, a study conducted by the Business Software Alliance in 2011 revealed that 61% of pirated software is infected by viruses with inherent risks to the individual user, to the enterprise he works for, and to the community as a whole. I'm also here in Ghana this week to launch a joint initiative with the Ghana Corporate Office underneath the auspices of its Chief Executive Officer, Mrs. Ya Achufo. Together with the Ghana Corporate Office, Microsoft and its partners will be undertaking a campaign to sensitize enterprises, the business community, and individuals as to the inherent risks in the purchase and utilization of pirated software. These risks include data loss, lack of protection to malware and viruses, and opening the door to cyber criminals to take advantage of pirated versions of our software and solutions to create distress and chaos. Present in Ghana since fall 2000, the Regional Office of Microsoft Ghana has continuously put in place awareness programs, education, and promotional activities around the dangers of using pirated products and the value of using genuine solutions and technologies. These activities have not resulted in the desired level of compliance. We believe that the addition of awareness, regulatory, and enforcement activities by the Ghana Corporate Office will go a long way in improving the levels of compliance, which will in turn create a more enabled environment for investing in and the growth of the digital economy, most importantly, a cyber-safe environment for all the citizens of Ghana. I would like to seize the opportunity to reiterate that Microsoft genuine software in Ghana can only be acquired with official channels of our distributed partners, namely iTech and Reluctant. Here in Ghana, we are also working with a number of key partners and resellers who have committed themselves also in the fight against piracy. At a press conference to be held tomorrow at the offices of the Ghana Corporate Office, we will be announcing the details of our partnership with the Ghana Corporate Office details of the partners and resellers that we're working with, to better protect the ICT environment, and details of some of the initiatives we will be taking to sensitize the customer and consumer across the country around perils of pirated software and the risk it poses. We therefore very much welcome the initiatives that are being taken in Ghana today and the days ahead to address the scourge of piracy and the threat of cybercriminality. Microsoft has taken the government of Ghana to deliver a safer IT environment and at the same time an environment that promotes economic growth to the benefit of government, enterprises, communities and individuals. On behalf of Microsoft, I would like to thank the government of Ghana and the Ghana Corporate Office for its commitment to the mission with the conviction that all stakeholders will pool their efforts to win against the scourge of piracy, counterfeiting and the very real threat of cybercrime. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kailash. I think it's brief and to the point, but the key take-homes is counterfeit software, or what we sometimes call pirated software. Obviously, it do not have patches, and therefore makes it more vulnerable. It is in a network environment, then you can extend it to others. So it's interesting to note also that about 61% software is being used around that vulnerability. So thank you. So we'll go ahead and take it from Eric. So Eric will give us a presentation on protecting our digital identity.
Good afternoon once again. Originally, we wanted the Executive Director of the Data Protection Commission to make this presentation, but she couldn't make it, so I'm just replacing it. Now, the Ministry of Communication is running a new project called the e-Transform, and this project also focuses on the data for development, looking at open data and data security, etc. And that's where I'm coming in to make this presentation. Essentially, what I want to do is, this is a very basic presentation. We're looking at what is personal data and what we should make sure we keep so that people don't have access to. These are just some basic definitions of personal data. Any information we can identify as an individual, and of course, sensitive data that has to do with brain, ethnicity, political view, etc. So just a little quick question about that. Then of course, person identifiable data, a combination of a number of data that can help you clearly identify somebody in cyberspace or anywhere. For example, your name, your address, your phone number, etc. etc. So the big thing is when we talk about security and confidentiality of personal identifier data, what should be done about that? You need to keep it safe. Why? Because it's your personal data. Anybody who has all these data in combination can clearly identify where you are and be able to do anything with your data, steal your identity, and be able to do other things. And so you need to make sure that other people don't have access to this. And of course, if you are a data collector or a controller of people's data, you also cannot use this data anyhow because you need to have a policy, a privacy statement that states how you use it. So collecting other people's data, you need to have permission from those people before you can use that data. Of course, the Data Protection Act has been established,
wealth. And the Act actually is the law that protects the individual people's data. And so there are specific articles in that Act that prevents you from just using data. I think we don't have that culture. And the Data Protection Commission has an accurate that. People ask for data, oh, what's your phone number? You just give it out, without even thinking. So now there are laws that have been put in place that can regulate all these things, and the Data Protection Act does that. So essentially there are two aspects. One, giving people the right to know what information organizations hold about them. Of course, the Right to Information Bill is not yet passed, but of course the data protection protects the individual data of people which is being held from other people. So even if somebody wants that data, there should be procedures to follow to get that data. And of course, providing a framework for organizations handling this personal data. So all these things are incorporated in the Act. I mean, we just want to tell you that there is an Act that now protects all these things and must be adhered to. So the need to identify individuals, well, you really need to know who they are. I mean, essentially, before you identify someone, you need to have everything. But if somebody wants that information to use anyhow, there's procedures, and failure to follow those procedures will result in actions that can be very detrimental or whatever to the company that has that. Of course, the Act also prescribes you might be able to get information of people, but it should be said that it should be anonymous or pseudo. It should be anonymous because, of course, you can have the data, but it shouldn't point to people. So you can have a collective set of data for some specific things, but not really identifying the details of that. And of course, like I said, the Data Protection Commission can actually act and bring legal and financial penalties once you breach the Act. So this is just to give a heads up on what exactly our personal data are, how it's being protected by government through the data protection, and that's failure to do this, especially data controllers, will be punishable. And I know that the DPC is registering all the data controllers and ensuring that they have all these things probably structured in terms of keeping people's data secure so that people cannot really access these data. And of course, this is just a little overview on how to look out. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for doing within 10 minutes. I think the little take home is with regards to our culture. In a typical Ghanaian culture, if you ask, especially if you're a stranger, you ask for information about the boss or whoever, strangers are well adored and so on, so you're going to get the information, whether it's at the reception, you could ask the MDs or the chief executive officers, phone number, his email address, and all the information, even his itinerary. They're going to give it to you, forgetting about what we call social engineering. People use that to really hurt the chief executive. So we would revisit some of these issues. Thank you, Eric, for enlightening us. The next is Suleiman Bryan, the Executive Director of Media Foundation for West Africa. He's going to speak to us about internet freedoms versus responsible use, cases of abuse in the social media environment.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. As I was introduced, my name is Suleiman Abraham, and I work with an organization called the Media Foundation for West Africa, which is a press freedom and freedom of expression advocacy organization based here in Ghana, but working across 16 countries in West Africa. So primarily our focus is on promoting freedom of expression. So we'll be the last organization that will be advocating for restrictions when it comes to people's expression or when it comes to press freedom. Now I'm asked to speak about internet freedom, the responsibilities, the internet freedom versus responsibilities that people have, and then look briefly at the case of social media abuse. I don't know why it was precise in terms of social media abuse rather than the use of social media, because yes, people abuse social media, but so many people also use it for the benefits that it comes with. Now, in terms of the responsibilities, I think I just want to, I know it's lunchtime, so 10 minutes is 10 minutes, go back to as far back as 1948, when the framers of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights met to draft a fundamental framework to guide human rights and the exercise of it across the world. And when you look at Article 19 of that document, it may seem as if those people were prophets in those days. Because in Article 19, what they said was that everyone has a right to opinion and expression. And that right includes the right to hold an opinion without interference, and to seek, receive, and impart information and knowledge through any media and regardless of frontiers. And I think those last words are very important. Through any media and regardless of frontiers. At that time, there was no internet, obviously. But then, that is what the point about through any media and regardless of frontiers is important, because now we have this whole new media system, the internet, social media, and so on and so forth. And it doesn't really care about borders. I can just, by a click of a button, send an email to somebody in the US, and so on and so forth. Now, in between, because there was no internet and the whole phenomenon of social media and so on, there were debates when the internet emerged as regards how can we take care of this whole big animal. And therefore, there were issues about human rights and how do we make sure that this fundamental principle as espoused in Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights wouldn't be infringed upon. And so just in 2012, the UN Human Rights Council, the Human Rights Session, came up with a resolution that said, look, because of what is happening, if we are not careful, people's online rights are going to be abused. And so there was a universal principle that the freedoms and the rights that people have offline must also apply online. In other words, you have the right to express yourself, you have the right to speak up, you have the right to write in the newspapers, to speak on radio, to speak on television, without interference and without restriction. And the same principles must apply when it is online. In other words, you should be free to write whatever you want online, post your video, post your picture, record a voice and post it there, and so on and so forth. However, I think it's important that in as much as these guarantee our rights and also makes it so explicit that our offline rights must also apply online, we need therefore to then recognize that our offline responsibilities when it comes to our freedom of expression rights would also apply online. And therefore, we cannot say that online we have rights, but we have no responsibilities. So the point is, just as our offline rights will not permit us to say we have a right to insult, or the right to attack, or the right to preach violence, or the right to incite violence, we must recognize that the same principle has to apply online. Therefore, you have the right to post your photo, to write your whatever on Facebook, to tweet, and so on and so forth. But that right does not include the right to attack, to libel, to insult, to use hate speech, and so on and so forth. And that is where we are at the moment. The conversation around what are my rights when I'm online, what are the things I can do on social media and what I cannot do on social media. And I think that is where the topic touched on the abuse of social media. Because I think it's becoming an increasing concern that if you go to Facebook, the president's head is picked and then put on something, and then something is written under a caption to say that the president is doing this. The opposition candidates will have their heads stick, and then this is there. Something hasn't happened, and then there's a post, 20 people killed by NPP supporters or by NPP supporters in this community or that community. And I believe that was what inspired, at some point, the IGP saying, look, on elections day, perhaps, we should shut down social media, which is a no-go area for me. But I think as a country, and it's important that we are having this conversation, because we're coming to that crucial point where digital literacy, for me, is one big thing that we have to pursue as far as the solution is concerned. Because I would see a photo on Facebook and know that, look, this is not President Mahmoud, or this is not the IGP, or this is not the CBS. It is just a Photoshop, or something like that. Now someone else will see it and say, oh, but why would the president do this? Because it is him. It is his face, and so on and so forth. So one critical thing that we have to pursue is digital literacy, where people would understand what goes on social media, what goes on WhatsApp, Facebook, and so on and so forth, and will not take anything on the face of it. Now, the other point that I think we have to emphasize as a country is that, look, crimes offline, which are punishable, is the same as crimes online. And therefore, if you commit a crime online, you wouldn't say that, oh, but this was just a Facebook thing. I just said that Ashantis must attack this, or Bantusis must attack Usasis, and therefore, this was just on Facebook. So why would I be held liable for something like this? I think that is one sound message that we also have to push, for people to know that crimes offline that are punishable will apply when you commit the same things online. Well, I think because of time, and I'm already being, I'm told I have 2 minutes. Beyond that, I think it's important for us to recognize that, yes, people do wrong things on social media, just as people do wrong things, outside the internet. But just as we don't say that there are bad people in this community or bad people in this city or town, and therefore what we do is to shut down that town completely and demolish the entire city, we should also appreciate that the solution to dealing with the problems that we encounter on social media cannot be about shutting it down. Because those who are using social media for good far outnumber those who may be using it for the kinds of things that we all detest and protest against. So I want to end it here, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Suleiman. I think he's made the point so clearly that we don't need to belabor it so much. If there's a city or a town that has been labeled or has committed some sort of crime, you will not go and burn that city away just because. So exactly the same applies to social media. The fact that a couple of people are abusing it does not give any right for censorship, as being done in some authoritarian jurisdictions. Thank you. So the next is our Smith, the Executive Director of JNG. She's going to talk to us about building capacity of child online protection, stakeholders for online safety of children.
Thank you. Yes. Suleiman's judgment on digital literacy. That is it. Digital literacy, digital situation. I didn't want to scare people initially that, okay, for child online protection, you need a Cisco certification to do it. No, you don't need that. It's just more of critical thinking and more of intuition. So those are the basic things to me. The fact that you see the information in your news feed, does that make it correct? No, you need to assess that, to think critically before you start sharing it and clicking it and posting all of that. So we're talking about capacity for child online protection stakeholders. And when we talk about stakeholders, we're talking about those of us in this room as experts, and we're talking about a mother in the market selling tomatoes but holding a smartphone. We're talking about the child in the classroom learning ICT, but unfortunately does not have access to a PC. So I tried looking at the stakeholders in 8 categories. The first one is the teachers or the educators. I've always had issues with government when it comes to this one because I felt the ICT for accelerated development policy is not helping us enough when it comes to child online protection. So that is the first issue I have. Our curriculum must be updated. And then we're looking at parents, like I said earlier, we're looking at industry. Industry, we're talking about internet service providers, we're talking about the telecom industry, we're talking about cafe operators, we're talking about Microsoft and all those big people, Google and stuff like that. So they are all part of the industry. We're talking about the research fraternity, which is the academia. How many of us would want to sacrifice or devote time to do research, focusing on the risk that children face online? We need to understand what it is and start developing tools to help the country come up with systems that will protect children comprehensively. I'm also talking about law enforcement. That has to do with the police. It has to do with the SecGH handlers, and a few other people. What is the law saying about child online protection? Are we seeing child abuse imageries and overlooking them, or we're dealing with them and we're able to remove them or preserve the content for as a form of evidence when the need arises? How do we get all those things out? Social welfare. And this one, I'm not talking about social welfare department that we have in Ghana. I'm talking about social welfare in terms of protection of children who are abused online. So I'm roping in the Ghana Health Service, I'm roping in the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, I'm roping the Ghana Education Service. What are we doing? Or what can we do? Then civil society, that is where I belong. What can we also do to help protect children online as stakeholders? And the almighty children themselves, what are they doing to protect themselves online? Or what are the capacity needs that they require in order to stay safe within the cyberspace? So for teachers, I'm of the view that teachers need to be taught to understand what constitutes child online protection abuse and how they can translate that into their non-technical classroom situations. It's not every classroom that is digitized in Ghana, but how do you teach online safety in an offline situation? Because again, the child is using a smartphone. He doesn't need to go to a cafe to go online. They can go online, they can do all the cooking batch on their phone. So how do we get it going? The child needs to be protected, and you, the teacher, has the responsibility to teach that child to protect himself or herself at home, in the school, and everywhere else the child will find herself. Now, how well are parents informed about the risks and challenges, risks and opportunities that children have online? Is it the parent who is so averse to the cyberspace such that, okay, you're not supposed to go online, just stay there, I will buy you the smartphone. But the child has a way of sneaking out of the house to go online anyway. So why don't you then understand the risks there are and also take advantage of the opportunities there is and build that child well to know what to do? So that is what parents need. And then when we come to industry, are we able to interpret the civil and criminal liabilities that we have to our ISPs in order for them to fashion them into their programming and be sure that the system is fulfilled for children? And how are they able to identify the risk or what will constitute the risk to a child and be able to correct some of those risks or put up legal actions to ensure that children are protected? So that is the capacity industry will also require. Maybe industry has it, but they are not using it. So I want to see them using some of these capacities. And then we come to the research institutions. I'm of the view that research forms the basis of any policy that will be formulated in a country. And therefore, Ghana also needs that research base, a strong research base to be able to have a policy that will address issues of children. So I'm throwing a challenge to my good brothers there. I know two people in the third pew there, to start coming up with proposals to see how we can build capacity for other researchers to ensure that when they are undertaking research, we can build systems into it to capture risks that children are facing as the days go by. And research can also serve the basis for industries' modules or solutions. If Vodafone wants to provide solutions for child protection, would Vodafone use UK statistics to do that, or Vodafone would want to rely on Ghana statistics? And I think that's critical. We need country-based statistics to inform decisions on child and youth protection as far as the industry is concerned as well. Law enforcement. If I go to Gulf Sudan and I send 2 children, one abused online and one raped, I'm sure the doctor officer will take the raped one and leave out the online abuse one because, of course, he or she cannot identify what constitutes, what to investigate about that child. So it's about time we interpret what constitutes an abuse online and what symptoms the investigator could look out for on a child who is reported to have been abused online, so that they can find a way of addressing some of those things. And also make their reporting systems friendly enough for children. So they need capacity in that regard. And then the social services. There's a need for counseling, and there's a need for hotline to be established as set for them to also handle the counseling. So if we understand what we can do in terms of capacity, we should be able to have something going for children. And for civil society, I said there's a need for us to develop resources for outreach, both at the national and community level, and also promote the COP agenda. And not just the COP agenda, but digital literacy and citizenship as an agenda. And all these things cannot be done without the children taken into consideration. So there's a need for us to empower the children so they can safeguard themselves within the cyberspace, by themselves. Because you don't expect the child to run to you at home to come and ask for capacity. So it's very important to build children's capacity. But we can't get all these things going without funding. So the proposal is this. Can we start thinking about establishing a special fund which all the industry or telecom companies can contribute to? And these funds should serve as the basis for research. Maybe there's a need for us to undertake a research at country level. They apply for the fund and have that going. And the same fund could also be used by other civil society organizations that may want to take initiatives for interventions on child and youth protection. Have I done it? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Awo. Just on the top. Now, she's also given us a lot of food for thought with regards to capacity building. The model 8 stakeholders from teachers, parents, industry researchers, law enforcement, social welfare, civil society, and the children themselves. And the example that she gave with regards to going to Dawson for a physical rape or cyber stalking or cyber bullying, which of them would they address and why it's obvious. So we would let the panel also come in since we're going for lunch. So maybe I'll follow the trend, 4 questions, and then we'll allow the panel members to comment. So the first, I see a hand over there. Oh, is it that everybody is hungry, so no questions? For them.
I like this one.
Yes.
Yeah, fruits.
Sorry. With regards to data protection, presentation that Eric did, earlier on we mentioned the fact that we have about 8 different ID cards in the system. What is the government stake on this and what is being done to address the issue so that we can have a system where we are able to tell who is who in the system. Then also, Suleiman also mentioned about the social media environment and some of the vulnerabilities that it is on there and what we do. I was thinking the ISPs and the data, those that are in charge of content management in Ghana, and those that are responsible for ensuring that we monitor all these things. What is being done on the ground to ensure that we have these things in place? We have, particularly for instance, we have the GACQ department on this one that mirror images every data that travels on the network and they monitor it. And they are able to identify some of the vulnerabilities. Do we have those structures in place that are able to tell if somebody takes our president's image and puts a female hair on it? Can the president get away with it?
Next question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Microsoft. My name is Microsoft. And what is the position of Microsoft to support Ghana government to deal with the cybercrime activities related to Sakawa and other things? Number one. Number two, our institutions, Bank of Ghana and others, what is the position of Microsoft supporting Bank of Ghana and local institutions to protect themselves and others related to the cybercrime? Microsoft.
Microsoft Bank of Ghana. Alright.
I have 2 questions. Okay, first one is to Microsoft. Basically in Ghana here, we have a lot of people who use like Microsoft operating systems. And most of the times you have to pay for it. Like in Ghana, we don't like doing things. We like to crack. So most of the softwares we use in Ghana here are cracked operating systems. And from the earlier presentation, we saw a lot of attacks from Microsoft. So I can say it's basically because of these cracked softwares that we use here. So why not make it possible so you can have like an operating system where maybe it's not having full functionalities, but maybe a limited functionalities in Ghana here or in maybe some of the deprived countries when they don't have to pay and then they don't have to use cracked software to access them. Yeah. And then the second one too is about.
You don't allow other people since we don't. So at least you have money to ask a couple of questions. So you can. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think this one also goes to Mr. Amir. And the question has to do with the idea of the registration of the skills professionals. Because I know that you have, together with your team, has come up with plans to register all IT professionals in the country. Because it's very, very important in order to know the gap that we need to train. Because currently, as we speak, people just move into any professional institution, start training themselves on ethical hacking, networking, and so on and so forth. Whilst we don't really know what the country is actually in need of. So please, if you can speak to that. Thank you.
I saw it. Yeah. So last one.
Good afternoon. I think my name is Jacob from Data International. My question is to Madam Awo. I think you could realize that recently, like for some time now, the youth normally uses fake identity, like let's say their Nikis and stuff, to create their social accounts, like social media accounts. And some of these guys take advantage of such identities, okay, because they know that, okay, because the person is using fake identity, so if I'm able to attack the person, like, that's kind of cyberbullying. The security men also really have much information to tackle such situation. So is there any kind of policy or implementation with regards to all these social media, such a way that if a person is creating an account, the person should have maybe a security identity or a code identity to associate with the person. So that if the person, because you could realize that somebody, like one person, can have about 10 different accounts on Facebook, okay, and it will be difficult to track that person. You see? So thank you.
All right, thank you. I think Taylor should take that questions that were directed to Microsoft and any other comments.
Sure. So just a question regarding, I'll take the one regarding the practical part of software. So the key thing here is from my perspective, when you develop software, there's a lot of funding suggests inside of the research and development process. Now, what we've looked at from a worldwide perspective is that there's really two types of software you want to involve from a version perspective. One aimed at consumer and the second one aimed at commercial forces. Now, if you were to provide a scaled-down version of the software, of the operating system itself, it could again open up threats to vulnerability and to security, etc. Okay? Hence, what we've done is we've maintained the two streams, US home and US professional. What we have to provide, though, especially for the school, especially schools agreements, where there's actually a better pricing for a more significant way of acquiring them. So that's just maybe get to the point of a software perspective. Around the early question from a cybercrime perspective, I'd be very open and saying to you, I'm not the specialist around it, so I'd rather reserve that for my colleagues to take the question.
You want to quickly comment on that?
I believe the question was about partnership.
Yeah, and then he asked specifically,
Yeah, so I mean, it boils down to what we shared earlier. There's many ways that we can partner, and it's also willingness. I think if Bank of Ghana wanted to approach and have a conversation with Microsoft around, first of all, understanding what the risk profile they have, it is something that we have done with other banks. And that would be the start, which is basically to do an digital risk assessment, and based on that, then be able to come up with a plan which they can then implement. So it's possible to do it from a government level, it's possible to do it at a bank level, it's possible to do it across different sectors. And we have that offering. The digital risk assessment that I spoke about earlier is something that we're able to work collaboratively with organizations on. I think at a national level, I also mentioned the fact that there's an opportunity for us to partner with the CERT and provide the information sharing. So basically giving access to the kind of data that I shared and more detail, which they can actually be able to plug into, to build into their reserves of information on the trends. So once they know what's happening from a trends perspective, it is easy for them, as I said, to give advice to ISPs and others as to what kind of preventive measures to put in place. So there's multiple ways in which we can engage. Does that help you?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. With regards to the question on nicknames and special code for identification, right? Yes, research has shown that young people, children and young people who engage in risky behaviors are being affected most when it comes to cyberbullying and all of that. And a young person using a nickname to create an account, if you ask me, it is not a big deal. But then the motive counts. And why would a child want to have more than 5 accounts? Unfortunately, when you track them, it's the same email address that is assigned to all of that. So they can be easily traced if we want to trace them. Now, suffice with that, it is also clear that Facebook is for friends, people you know. So you have no business hooking up with a stranger. But should you want to hook up with a stranger, probably you might have done your own checks to be sure that the stranger is genuine enough to get it going. But the question about assigning, having a special identification code, I haven't seen that with any of our partners. Facebook is one of our partners, so they just launched a safety center as well. You can visit that and see if it has answers to that question. If it doesn't, I will take it up myself with them and see if there will be opportunities for that to be done. Other than that, we'll have to go by our own responsibility because, of course, it's a social contract you have signed with them. So they don't have to wholly protect you all alone. You also have a role to play. It's a mutual thing. So let's get to go with that way. Then we'll move that.
Thank you.
Well, I think there wasn't any particular question directed to me, but I just wanted to say that the whole thing about
I want to first and foremost address the issue of unified platform. I think that we all agree, and we speak always that it's not good to have all these databases without biometric identities. The ideal thing in a country like this is to unify this so that we have a common one database. And I know that NITA began some discussions to try to get all these things together. I don't know where that is as we speak because we never took a second. I mean, a lot of resistance from the people who manage the different things. But I think we need executives, authority over this so that, I mean, it can be done. It's something that we really have to do because it's also contributing to all the cyber incidences that are happening. In terms of the skills, register, I think it will be very important, especially as we develop the frameworks for the policy in terms of the specifics of the technological framework. It will be good to add that component where we need to have people within the cybersecurity having a register so that we know who is doing what, and then we can actually get in. And I believe that the ministry will reach out to a number of us when it comes to the framework. Of course, the U.S. Embassy, working through the U.S. government, is going to support us through the FBI to develop this. But we should also be leading the process, and I believe that when it gets there, we will cross that bridge. He talked about GCHQ. I think perhaps Professor Quinn could speak more to that. I mean, he's been appointed as the government cybersecurity advisor. There's supposed to be a cybersecurity center that eventually will be responsible for enforcement and making sure all these things are actually done properly. And so perhaps in his closing remarks, he might say something. Okay, so I think those are the responses that I can give for now.
Thank you. I think that we've had a lot of food for thoughts, and that again, just to rehash on some key things, those of us using pirated software, just beware. I think at some point in time, Microsoft gave some kind of amnesty for those using pirated software to campaign, and they gave us a long period of time. I don't know whether some of us didn't take advantage of that. But the danger is once you use pirated software, you have a lot of vulnerabilities because these, whenever new vulnerabilities are identified, hard fixes are sent, and then if you have the onto the enterprise network, irrespective of the fortified IDSs and the firewalls and what have you, they have.
That's why we need to quickly get an idea of what capacity we have in place. But I'm sure Dr. Payne will shed some more light on some of these issues. So please give a round of applause and we'll come and give us his closing remarks. And it's been an honor serving you as your MC. As always, buy and lead in Ghana products. And that's one way to secure our future. Dr. Payne.
Now that they are on mass leave, it's more difficult for me to say. I am indeed your cybersecurity advisor, and over the next couple of weeks, months, I will kind of reach out to the different quarters of our community so that we can begin to make an effort to improve the environment. I'm sure now that you know who I am, you are curious what's on my mind. So I'll say a few words. Yes, example I'm not remember I said freedom and justice. I knew it. we did fight for this freedom for the internet. Maybe some of you are too young or not born, but we did. I see Stapi and Co here who were part of the struggle. So it wasn't a straightforward thing. So we have to make every effort to protect it. And the only way you can protect your freedom is to make sure there's justice. So if there is, I'm saying, if that's your message as Ghana, freedom and justice, you should practice it. When we've done the first part, which is the freedom bit, we need to take a look at this argument as well. I was very interested in a lady from Microsoft, but she ran away. They said photo DNA and Dartmouth College. I'm a Dartmouth alumni. 1972. So, now, there's a number of things. I think laws are not static. Okay? And usually laws and policies lag behind technology. So bear that in mind. We understand. Okay? We want to have the best technology for the development of Ghana. But we also want to make sure that we are safe. So we are really fighting digital crime. Okay, let's emphasize that. And it's not like somebody can give you anything. People have struggled to learn and apply it to the operational and use it in the so I'm looking forward to that. We do recognize that because of the global nature of the internet, there's no respect territory, our whole behavior has been coordination across. So some of you know me from the internet world, you know my roles in the mix, the norms, the accounts, and so on. But I believe that communities is what solve these things. All of our excesses, whether it's on the left side or on the right side, are actually curbed by community. So when we are a community, we tend to misbehave less. And so it's very important to keep the community. And the second important value is that knowledge is not stored in machines like this, as you may think. It's actually stored in people. People's heads. They are the ones who are found the knowledge. So when you are in a community, sharing common values and methods and experiences, guess what? Knowledge rises. So this community is very important to us, and we are looking forward to engaging even further on how to go about it. And that means that our partnership with the vendors, I wonder how come vendors keep on giving so many bucks every time. Bucks, errors. So they have upgrade. Every upgrade get a buck. So I'm looking forward to engaging with vendors in a serious way to see what we can all do to learn to write software better or make hardware that can fail so much and expose us so well. I would say the same thing about you content providers. Why do you let all this stuff go out? That's the gentleman from the Media Foundation. Why do you let all that stuff? You shouldn't even go out in the first place. But okay, assuming you err toward the freedom and it goes out, you need to have mechanisms by which you can redress those things. And these are all discussions we want to have with the vendors, with the operators, telco operators, content providers. But in an open way, because we don't want to go and hide and make a deal. No, let's all discuss it, let's all know what's happening, and let's all begin to follow the due process. And so that's extremely important for us. In our relationships, we have to work with governments. Okay? And there are many aspects of government that we work with, whether it's from the policy end or from the law enforcement end. In all cases, we have to work with governments. Because governments are an important stakeholder in this multi-stakeholder technology. Remember, one of the days where you have all the skills and all the expertise in one organization is now impossible. Okay? And so we need to really open up to collaborate with others. Even if it's in a commercial area, do the cooperation and compete at the same time, figure out how we do that. So that's extremely important for us. There's been a lot of discussion on whether we have capacity or not capacity. Hey, the fact that I better tell you 92 have a capacity, what's the problem? No. If we didn't have it, we wouldn't have products. I'm telling you, we don't have the capacity. But the demands are increasing. Meaning it's not a static capacity. No, I'm not building a house. No, we're growing a tree. Okay, we're growing something. Okay, so after we got it, we have to keep advancing it, extending it, sharing it, getting more people involved, and so on. So that's where my mind is. So I'm not going to come and say the answer is go and catch this person's machine and so on. So no. I'm looking to engage everyone to determine what the right growth and the right balance of the different conflicting policies and issues are. Because you say freedom on the other hand, I say justice. Okay? Somebody will say openness, and I say no. I want the thing a little bit more private, and you keep on debating. Where is the line? It's a community determination. Now I depend on you to address some of those things. At the same time, there are many opportunities for capacity.